Chapter 1936. Supreme Martial Artist. Oh my God, a real supreme martial artist has appeared in our northern region. Boom! As the news of Yi Fei's breakthrough to the supreme martial artist realm spread, the entire Yi city was in an uproar. Many people looked at Yi Fei with admiration. Zhu Zhen, Bai Gongchun, Qin Bing, and his old friends in the northern region were happy for Yi Fei, but they were also sad. In the past, Yi Fei was not much stronger than them, and their potential was not much weaker than the four great geniuses. But now, among the four great geniuses of the northern region, even Chun Mingyao, whose temperament had changed, had broken through to the demigod realm, while they were still lingering between the martial emperor realm and the quasi-emperor realm. Did we really make the wrong choice back then? If only we could have walked out of the northern region and the North Sea like Yi Fei. Zhu Zhen and Qin Bing were smiling, but their smiles were full of bitterness and reluctance. At this time, Lin Sun and Yang Xiao came over and said with an open-minded smile, "There is no turning back for what happened back then, but we can still look forward. The Taishan Holy Land has stabilized, and the new saint has appeared. It's time for us to go out and find our own opportunities. Zhu Zhen, you can come with us when the time comes, provided that you are willing to let go of your current status and power." Zhu Zhen's expression changed. He was now the king of the Northern Ocean Kingdom and had great power. How could he be willing to let go of his position suddenly? But when Qin Bing heard Lin Sun and Yang Zhao's words, his heart, which had been silent for many years, was rekindled. Then, the three of them went to find Chan Feng and walked over to Yi Fei. "Greetings, supreme martial artist." Qin Bing and the other two cupped their hands at Yi Fei. What answered them was Yi Fei giving them 3 heavy bear hugs. "Bullshit, supreme martial artist. If you treat me as a brother, don't call me that. By the way, where are Luo Shi and Xia Jun? Why don't I see them?" Zhao Si suddenly laughed. "You're talking about junior brother Xia and junior brother Luo? They're still in the Six Paths sacred sect, being trained by the elders of their respective sacred palaces. They said that if they don't break through to Martial Emperor, they'll be locked in there for the rest of their lives. By the way, Martial Uncle Jing's family is also in the Six Path sacred sects. Master, I plan to move Divine Yi sect into the northern region as well. What do you think?" Yi Xiaochan stayed by Yi Fei's side. Even though she had grown up and become a goddess of war, she still liked to act like a little girl to Yi Fei. "Jiao." Yi Fei was also speechless. He felt that as a master, he had no dignity at all. If you're the one acting coquettishly to the Nephilim King, the Nephilim King would definitely kick him in the ass. And seeing that Yi Fei, who had just returned, was already hugging 2 beauties, even a notoriously violent female bandit, Zhao Xinian, showed a rare gentleness in front of Yi Fei. The countless young talents of the northern region were really jealous from the bottom of their hearts. If looks could kill supreme martial artists, they definitely wouldn't mind punching Yi Fei full of holes. Yi Fei also quickly noticed the rising stars of the northern region. When he discovered that the realms of these young talents were generally between martial sage and half-martial emperor, he frowned slightly. Although the great era has begun, it seems that the spiritual chi of the northern region hasn't completely recovered yet. With such little strength, how can we compete with the peerless geniuses of the middle state in the future? Forget it. Since I'm a human emperor, and I'm from the northern region, I should do my part for the northern region. From now on, I'll rebuild the northern region. Even if it's not the ancient times, I'll at least restore the northern region to the level of spiritual chi of the ancient times." Boom! In the sky above Yi City, Yi Fei sat cross-legged alone. He opened his golden divine treasure, and the terrifying mental strength of a battle shaman formed a large invisible net that enveloped the entire northern region. Then, Yi Fei began to search for the heavenly venerate origins hidden in the core of the northern region. He wasn't going to collect the Empyrean essences, but rather, he was going to gather the scattered Empyrean essences. He was going to gather them in Leaf City, the 6 Tao sacred sects, and the chaotic sea outside the northern domain. Supreme Martial Artist wants to completely connect the northern region with the outer sea in one go and establish a new northern region. It's comparable to the ancient times, the northern region that produced geniuses in large numbers. Yi Fei's actions shocked all the martial emperors and quasi-emperors of the northern region. Even the gravekeeper old man, who had rushed back, was shocked by Yi Fei's means of transforming the world. This was no longer the means of a human, but the means of a god. Yi Fei was the only true god in the hearts of all the martial artists in the northern region. Finally, after an unknown period of time, the scattered heavenly venerate origins of the entire northern region were condensed and suppressed in the core of the northern region. The concentration of spiritual qi in the northern region suddenly increased by 10 times, or even 100 times. When the concentration of spiritual qi reached 300 times, a terrifying spiritual qi tide appeared. The spiritual qi tide suddenly formed a terrifying storm that swept across the entire northern region, completely shattering the martial god's restriction that once enveloped the northern region. But soon, a new restriction was established in the northern region, including the outer sea. This was no longer the martial god's restriction, but Yi Fei's sorcerer god's restriction. Sorcerer god, I can sense the sorcerer god's aura. Could it be that the sorcerer tribe's army has invaded the Zulong continent again? No, I have to escape. I have to break these damn seals. Just as Yi Fei was using the sorcerer god's powerful mental strength to rebuild the northern region, a graceful figure that was filled with darkness and murderous intent suddenly walked into the void somewhere in the burial land of gods. Back then, I met Yi Fei here. It was him who ruined my relationship with Fa Wu Dao. It was him who made me fall from the high clouds and almost shatter into pieces. We are all the 4 heavenly prides of the northern region. Why can Yi Fei, Fu Renjia, and Lin Tianjiao be so glorious, but I, Chen Mengyao, can only dream of becoming a heavenly prides of the northern region? But I, Chen Mengyao, can only drag out an ignoble existence and live a life that is neither human nor ghost. Chen Mengyao walked into the burial land of gods. She ignored the strange red fog around her and the strange monsters hidden in the fog. As she walked, she touched the hideous scar on her face with her hand. She had exchanged this scar for joining the Black Dungeon, because she was too beautiful, and the assassins of the Black Dungeon did not need this kind of beauty. Therefore, this scar was forcibly branded on her face. This scar made her cold and cruel. It also made her crazier and more reckless. With Chun Mingyao's demigod strength, she quickly passed through the burial land of gods and arrived at the martial god space. She did not stop here. Instead, she passed through the martial god space and arrived at a mysterious void. In this void, there was an eerie demonic pagoda. Demons subduing pagoda. Around the demonic pagoda, there were 13 heads of the martial god. They turned into phantom-like shadows and runes, fighting against the violent demonic chi in the demonic pagoda. Chapter 1937. Boom. At this moment, inside the 6 Tao sacred sect, the remnant consciousnesses of the 7 martial gods who were in the midst of their eternal deduction suddenly stopped and laughed maniacally. Success, we've succeeded. We've finally deduced the most crucial part of the 6 Tao, 7 arts. Bam! The remnant will of martial god Shura, who was laughing wildly, suddenly collapsed and turned into smoke. Following that, martial god Tiani, the sacred martial god, the demonic martial god, the remnant will of the martial gods of the 6 sacred sects began to collapse. Their faces were filled with unwillingness and anger. Someone has completely destroyed the human demon seal. Roar! The last martial god's head was smashed into pieces by Chun Mingyao's wild beast-like roar. Chun Mingyao's expression became more and more excited. The hideous scar on her face shone with a red light. I've succeeded. Lord Human Demon, I'm Chun Mingyao, and I'm here to save you. Very good. I've sworn that I'll grant 3 wishes to anyone who can save me. Tell me, what do you want? Chun Mingyao was so excited that her breathing stopped. Why didn't she run away after the Black Hell Lord died? Why did she take the risk to come to the burial land of gods? It was because she had heard that the human demon would grant 3 wishes to anyone who could save the human demon. Lord Human Demon, my first wish is to restore my appearance. Chen Mingyao touched the scar on her face, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. As you wish. A white-boned demon finger suddenly appeared out of nowhere and silently touched Chen Mingyao's face. The cursed scar on Chen Mingyao's face immediately disappeared. She stood up happily and immediately made her second wish. Lord Human Demon, I wish to be your disciple. As you wish. Kneel down and kowtow. Since you've saved me, I'll naturally train you as my disciple. 2 eerie eyes appeared in the demonic pagoda. Chen Mingyao didn't dare to delay. She hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Disciple greets Master. Disciple has a third wish. I hope Master can help me kill Yi Fei. Better yet, kill everyone in the family Yi. She hadn't forgotten the humiliation she had suffered at the family Yi. As one of the 4 great geniuses of the northern region, it was one thing for her to lose to Yi Fei, but she couldn't even defeat Yi Fei's disciple. This was something she absolutely couldn't tolerate. When the human demon heard this, his expression turned strange. You want to kill Yi Fei? Sure, it just so happens that I also have a debt to settle with him. Get up, push open the stone door of the Devil Pagoda, and I will be completely free. Yes, Master. Chen Ming Yao was very proud. At this moment, she was completely blinded by hatred and jealousy. She didn't notice the strange look in the human demon's eyes. Instead, without any hesitation, he approached the demonic pagoda and pushed open the stone door with all his might. When the stone door opened, a skeletal hand reached out from the void and pulled Chen Mingyao into the Devil Pagoda. Chen Mingyao screamed as if she had just woken up from a dream. Master, what are you doing? I'm already your disciple. That's right. It's precisely because you're my disciple that I need you to guard this demonic pagoda on my behalf. The heart of origin of the Zulong continent is suppressed in this demonic pagoda. It can't be discovered by the witch tribe, and it can't be known by anyone. Therefore, I need an immortal puppet. Command the skeletal army to guard this place. The human demon's tone turned eerie and strange. His skeletal hand suddenly stabbed into Chen Mingyao's body like a knife. The sharp pain caused Chen Mingyao's expression to contort in agony. She had never dreamed that releasing the human demon would lead to such terrible consequences. Her heart was suddenly filled with endless regret. You lied to me, I'm a demon. How could you believe a demon's words? How pitiful. The human demon's laughter was strange and mocking. Then a bloody female skeleton stood expressionlessly in the void and knelt down to the human demon on one knee. Behind the female skeleton, an army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons stood silently in the void. Suddenly, 12 white bone emperor dragons flew over the army of skeletons, dragging a dazzling chariot behind them. The human demon stepped onto the chariot and slapped at the sky above the land of buried gods. A huge skeletal hand tore the sky apart and took the human demon out of the cage. There was only a bloody female skeleton left in the demonic pagoda. She led an army of skeletons and stopped in the void. Suddenly, the female skeleton seemed to have thought of something. She stretched out her hand and crushed a monarch skeleton with her bare hands. Then, she used its bones to form a white bone imperial crown and wore it on her head. Up, in the void, countless skeletons raised their bone sabers and bone spears. Their white shins moved up and down as they let out silent and fanatical cries. Boom! Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky above the north region. Yi Jian held the golden sword in his hand and looked nervously at the martial emperor heavenly tribulation that was about to descend. However, before he could do anything to resist, a huge starry palm appeared above Yi City. It grabbed at the air and squeezed the heavenly tribulation into a huge ball. The ball of lightning was slowly held in its hand. The heavenly Tao was furious at this moment. However, It was helpless because the heavenly tribulation this time was only a martial emperor heavenly tribulation. The heavenly Tao's power was limited. It could make a martial emperor like Yi Jian feel like he was facing a great enemy. However, in front of Yi Fei, this heavenly tribulation was nothing. At this moment, he refined the heavenly tribulation on the spot and used the undying sword soul to turn the boundless power of the heavenly tribulation into precious heavenly tribulation fluid. The heavenly tribulation fluid was not only a priceless treasure for martial artists to extend their lives, but also a miracle medicine for healing injuries. Most importantly, the heavenly tribulation fluid tasted quite good. As a matter of fact, before Yi Fei finished refining the heavenly tribulation fluid, the dragon turtle had already taken out the black pot and black jar that it carried with it. It was eagerly waiting for Yi Fei to finish refining the heavenly tribulation fluid. Xiao Chao and Ling Siki were also sitting in a row. Each of them had a huge bowl in front of them. They were waiting for Yi Fei to finish refining the heavenly tribulation fluid and start eating. As for Xiao Chao and Ling Siki, who had suddenly appeared, Yi Shanshan and Yi Xiaochan liked them very much. They simply hugged one each and refused to let go. For Yi Fei's sake, Xiao Chao also let them be. However, just as Xiao Chao was about to eat, Xiao Chao suddenly sensed something. Xiao Chao raised his head in confusion and looked at the sky in the distance. Then, Xiao Chao's eyes widened in anger. Human demon, Yi Fei, who was refining the heavenly tribulation fluid, also had a sudden change in expression. He and Xiao Chao had both seen the human demon before. They had even almost died in the hands of the human demon. Chapter 1938. Human demon. I've said it before. As long as I'm alive, I'll pay you back 10 times, 100 times for what you did to Xiao Chao back then. The shock on Yi Fei's face disappeared and was replaced by anger. After all, he was no longer the weak martial sage he used to be. He was a true supreme sorcerer god. How could he be afraid of the human demon? Even though the human demon had escaped with his true body, Yi Fei was still angry. There was no fear in his heart. What? He's the human demon. He's the culprit who caused the Qianwu catastrophe. Yi Fei's words made many older cultivators cry out in shock. The previous battle had taken place in Zhongzhou. The cultivators of the North region didn't know that Yi Fei had fought a terrifying battle with the human demon. However, this didn't mean that the cultivators of the North region didn't know about the ancient catastrophe. After all, the North region had suffered the greatest loss during the human-demon catastrophe. That battle had killed all 7 martial gods of the 6 sacred sects. It had also caused the North region to suffer a disastrous decline and become a barren land of martial arts. Seeing the human demon appear again, many of the older cultivators of the North region couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. They looked at the white-boned sovereign on the war chariot with fear in their eyes. Even more young cultivators, such as the young geniuses of the North region, Lin Sun, Yang Xiao, Qin Bing, and the other young martial emperors of the North region, were extremely excited. After all, the North region was no longer the North region of ancient times. Although there were no martial gods in the North region now, there was Yi Fei, the strongest prime in the world. Prime, go for it. Defeat the human demon. The appearance of a human demon didn't scare the young geniuses of Yi City. Many of them shouted loudly. Many of them were the juniors of the family Yi. What? Prime, could it be that the spiritual fluctuation that swept across the entire continent not long ago wasn't sent by the sorcerer god, but by you? The cheers of the youths in the city caused the human demon's cold eyes to suddenly reveal a look of shock and disbelief. It should be known that when the human demon first met Yi Fei was merely an insignificant martial sage ant. When he met Yi Fei for the second time, Yi Fei had only just become a martial emperor. It was just strength. How long had it been? Less than 10 years? Yi Fei had reached the supreme being realm. He even became a supreme sorcerer. Not to mention the human demon. Any martial god would find it hard to believe. However, the truth was right in front of him. Seeing the human demon appear, Yi Fei didn't explain anything. He just suddenly condensed a huge ball of tribulation lightning in his hand and threw it at the human demon. His actions immediately infuriated the human demon. Roar. In Yi City, there was a sudden roar of grief and indignation. It was the roar of the dragon turtle. When he saw Yi Fei throw out the ball of tribulation lightning that was about to be refined in a thunder tribulation liquid, the dragon turtle was so angry that tears almost fell from his eyes. Even if Yi Fei didn't want it, he shouldn't waste it like this. Xiao Chao and Ling Siki also looked incomparably heartbroken, but Zhao Xinyi, Yi Shanshan, and Yi Xiaochan were all extremely excited, loudly cheering for Yi Fei. You're courting death. Do you really think that you can be arrogant in front of me just because you destroyed a remnant of my soul? The human demon was completely enraged. The last time his remnant soul was destroyed by Yi Fei, it was the greatest humiliation of the human demon. As soon as he was free, he came to find Yi Fei to wash away the humiliation of that year. Not to mention that the human demon and Yi Fei had long agreed to fight each other in 100 years. Boom! Silently, a huge white-boned demon hand appeared in the sky. The demon hand was bigger than the sky and the earth. The human demon stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to smash Yi Fei and the whole Yi City into pieces. All the martial artists who felt the human demon's ferocious aura, including Yi Jian, who had just broken through to Martial Emperor, involuntarily began to tremble under the monstrous demonic power. But very quickly, an even more violent and oppressive spiritual force suddenly protected them. At the same time, the ball of tribulation lightning that Yi Fei had thrown out turned into a purple sword of lightning, shattering the sky and shattering the human demon's white-boned demon hand. You really are the supreme witch god. The human demon was greatly shocked. He had just tested Yi Fei's strength and immediately discovered the terror of his battle strength. That's right. I'm the witch god and also the supreme witch god. Kill, heavenly star's palm. Rumble. Yi Fei opened the golden divine treasury. Boundless spiritual force dyed the sky and the earth the color of gold. The whole Yi City's walls seemed to be plated with a layer of gold, dazzling and resplendent. Suddenly, another huge starry palm stretched out from the golden city and grabbed at the air. It reached for the human demon on the war chariot. Kill, human demon's great hatred, boundless bones, sovereign king's path. On the war chariot, the 12 white bone emperor dragons pulling the war chariot let out a soundless roar. They twisted together and transformed from the white bone emperor dragons into a white bone dragon spear. The human demon held the dragon spear and pierced through the sky, thrusting it toward Yi Fei's starry palm. Rumble. A battle between supremes was no longer earth-shattering. Instead, it was truly earth-shattering. With just a single move, the entire Kargalic city's resplendent golden city walls were filled with countless cracks. The white-bone dragon spear once again transformed into 12 ferocious white-bone emperor dragons, carrying with them boundless demonic flames and death. They wanted to devour the martial artists of Yi City. Fight! At this moment, Yi Fei clasped his hands together and suddenly pointed forward with a terrifying peerless sky finger of calamity. The light from his finger grew larger and larger. The white-bone emperor dragons grew larger and larger. In the end, they formed 10 world-destroying light pillars. With a series of explosions, the white-bone emperor dragons were all shattered. You hurt my mount. Yi Fei, I'll have you pay for it with your life. The human demon was mad with hatred. The more he hated, the more terrifying his demonic might became. Finally, this demonic might formed a unique gate of life and death behind the human demon. This was the gate of life and death that the human demon had learned when he had joined the Hall of Life and Death. Spirits, return. The human demon roared. He used a strange demonic technique to summon spirits. The shattered bodies of the white-bone emperor dragons were formed at this moment, turning into 10 even stronger white-bone emperor dragons. Their cold, bony claws grabbed Yi Fei's body. Roar! Yi Fei was as immovable as a mountain. His boundless spiritual power suddenly caused countless golden dragon claws to extend from his ribs and clash with the white-bone emperor dragons. Then, 6 seemingly corporeal dragons of laws rushed out of Yi Fei's body, roaring angrily. They formed 6 different types of law power, suppressing time and space, as well as all the white-bone emperor dragons. 8 extreme heavenly dragons break from me. Chapter 1939. Suddenly, the human demon's sinister laughter rang out from the sky. He raised the mysterious gate of life and death with one hand and condensed another skeleton. He wanted the white-bone emperor dragon to come back to life. His other hand condensed a white-bone fist and quickly punched out, causing the sky to explode and the land of the northern domain to sink. Yi Fei's expression changed. He knew that the human demon was trying to take advantage of his importance to the living beings of the northern region to weaken his combat power. Unfortunately, I'm not like those weak sorcerers or weapon sorcerers. I'm a battle sorcerer, the strongest battle sorcerer comparable to an earthly venerable. Stars. The sky dragon claw, which was clenched into a fist, suddenly opened up and turned into a majestic star palm. It caught the human demon's white-bone fist firmly in the star palm. Roar. At the same time, Yi Fei let out a furious dragon roar. A dazzling golden sky dragon flew out from his other dragon arm and formed a dragon-shaped bloodsword with his mind power. It slashed through the sky and shattered the gate of life and death that the human demon was holding up. Without the power of the gate of life and death, the 12 white-bone emperor dragons could not gather again. They turned into dust and disappeared from the world. You destroyed my mount, Yi Fei. I'll skin you alive and pull out your tendons. Roar. Let's fight in a sea of blood. The human demon was furious. The moment the gate of life and death was destroyed, he clenched his free hand into a fist and smashed it toward Yi Fei's head with the fury and demonic power to shatter stars. Clang! Yi Fei's head had indeed been smashed by the demonic human, causing him to see stars and a large bump to appear on his forehead. However, he also took advantage of this period of time to quickly overlap his hands, forming 2 terrifying starry palms and ruthlessly blasting 2 large holes in the demonic human's bone chariot. Earthly venerable, you're just a sorcerer god. How can you have the combat power of an earthly venerable? The human demon shouted in panic. He finally felt that something was wrong. Even if a normal sorcerer were to break through to become a sorcerer god, his combat power would at most be equivalent to a martial arts half-step earthly venerable, or even worse. However, Yi Fei was indeed a terrifying freak. As a human, it was already unbelievable that he could learn sorcery and break through to the level of sorcerer god. What was even more unbelievable was that after Yi Fei broke through to the level of sorcerer god, his combat power was comparable to that of an earthly venerable. In this exchange, both sides seemed to have injured each other. But with Yi Fei's powerful body that was comparable to a half-step exalt artifact, he was only lightly injured. On the other hand, the human demon had not only killed all of his white-bone emperor dragons, but even the war chariot he was standing on had 2 large holes blasted through it. Another golden blood sword suddenly appeared behind Yi Fei. A beam of sword-light cut through the bone war chariot. The human demon was so angry that he almost vomited blood. World War II. The human demon roared. Flames and smoke spewed out of every hole in his skull. At this moment, the human demon undoubtedly hated Yi Fei to the core. His boundless hatred caused the human demon's combat power to miraculously rise from a half-step earthly venerable to a true earthly venerable. Although this realm could only be maintained for a few breaths, the human demon took advantage of these few breaths to hurriedly use his strongest and most hidden move. World War III, God and Demon Barry. Boom! Boundless demonic chi turned into a hurricane that instantly engulfed the entire area. The many cultivators in Yi City could only raise their heads and look at the vast expanse of darkness in the sky. Even Xiao Chao, who had opened his spiritual eye of the heavens and earth, could not see through this terrifying demonic chi. Yi Fei, who was within the demonic chi, suddenly discovered that he had entered a strange, starry sky. Countless stars were moving rapidly in this starry sky. From these stars, Yi Fei saw countless cultivators. There were martial sages, martial monarchs, quasi-emperors, martial emperors, and even martial gods. Martial god Azura, demonic martial god. Suddenly, on one of the stars, Yi Fei saw two familiar figures. They were actually the founders of the Six Paths sacred sects. However, Yi Fei soon discovered that something was clearly wrong. These two founding ancestors were not martial gods at this moment. They were merely the most inconspicuous martial saint soldiers. In front of them, there was a large number of martial monarchs, quasi-emperors, and martial emperors. They were wearing resplendent battle armor and riding on stars as they rushed to the battlefield. Kill! Suddenly, intense battle cries sounded in Yi Fei's ears. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a terrifying starry sky battlefield. Here, the corpses of martial monarchs and martial emperors were piled up like mountains. Countless broken sorcerer puppets were discarded everywhere. There were also countless ancient desolate beasts that were driven away under the control of the sorcerers. They were completely berserk as they charged forward like crazy towards a majestic continent. That was a familiar continent. Looking from the starry sky, it looked like a sleeping divine dragon entrenched in the starry sky. Yi Fei's soul suddenly shook violently. It's the ancestral dragon continent. What kind of demonic technique is this human demon? It can actually allow me to travel through time and return to more than 100,000 years ago. No, human demon doesn't have it. With that kind of ability, even a celestial venerable can't reverse time and return to the past, let alone return to more than 100,000 years ago in one breath. Kill. Kid, what are you waiting for? Fight for the ancestral land. Fight for the human emperor. We can die without regrets. Let's fight to the death with those bastards of Dark Sky Lord. The sorcerers in front, don't leave. Quickly stop and let me hammer you to death. Suddenly, a tall and handsome, silver-armored man rushed over from afar. He carried a war hammer and charged forward like a madman. After killing a sorcerer, this man who called himself Grandpa would quickly take out a mirror to see if his hair was messy. If it wasn't, he would let out a sigh of relief. He would let out a sigh of relief and reveal a very despicable smile. If things got messy, this person wouldn't say a word. He would pick up his war hammer and rush into the sorcerer's ranks. Yi Fei was speechless. He felt that this scene was indescribably familiar. But before he could think about it, suddenly, on the battlefield, both sorcerers and humans let out thunderous cheers. Celestial Venerable, Celestial Venerable, Human Emperor, it's finally here. The moment to decide the fate of our ancestral dragon continent has arrived. A deep and familiar voice came from Yi Fei's side. When he turned around, Yi Fei was so shocked that he almost cried out. It was actually Di Zongzi who was walking over. Brother Human Emperor, you can do it. Another familiar voice came into Yi Fei's ears. He couldn't help but look up at the starry sky with a strange expression. He found that it was a young girl who had run to the battlefield to cheer on the two sides. Yi Fei immediately realized that Di Zongzi beside him was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his head. Further away, there was an old man who was so angry that he covered his face with his sleeves. He didn't dare to recognize his daughter. The one covering his sleeves is Senior Tian Zongzi. The one cheering is Fairy Zongzi. Then, the human emperor, everyone is cheering for her. Chapter 1940. Wang Ba. That figure was too familiar, especially those four eyebrows. They were too eye-catching. Yi Fei recognized him with a single glance. Yi Fei. Above the star, Wang Bai's face also revealed a surprised expression. Then, a familiar smile appeared on his face as he waved at Yi Fei. Yi Fei subconsciously nodded in response. Then, Yi Fei suddenly realized that something was wrong. The human demon definitely doesn't have the ability to reverse time and bring me back to the primordial era. Even if I did, the past Wang Bai wouldn't have been able to recognize me. You're not Wang Bai. You're the human demon. Boom. When Yi Fei shouted these words, the battlefield suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone was motionless, as if they were puppets on strings. Only Wang Bai, who was wearing a snow-white robe, had a cold expression on his face. You're not stupid after all. Unfortunately, you're not that stupid. Unfortunately, you still fell into my graveyard of gods and demons. Now, I'll bury you thoroughly. Kill. Wang Bai, no. The human demon's eyes suddenly flashed with scarlet killing intent. In the starry sky, a pale white spear light suddenly appeared, turning the entire starry sky into a terrifying sea of blood. Battle of the Sea of Blood. Celestial palm of stars. Ignoring the sea of blood, Yi Fei directly waved his palm, causing huge waves to surge in the sea of blood. Then, he stepped on the waves to avoid the spear light. The powerful celestial palm of stars suddenly slapped at the human demon's body. World War II Madness. The human demon's face twisted. At this time, he chose to ignore Yi Fei's celestial palm of stars and sent a powerful white-bone demon fist tearing through the air. Yi Fei's celestial palm of stars and the white-bone demon fist just happened to miss each other in the air. They both received the other's attack at the same time. The human demon's body only swayed for a moment before he stabilized himself. Yi Fei, on the other hand, felt that his entire shoulder bone had been shattered by the demonic fist. He lowered his arm, enduring the pain, and hurriedly used the sorcerer god's powerful spiritual power to heal his injury. A trace of shock and horror flashed across his face. Demonic human, what kind of demonic art is this? It can actually break our realm. Swap. When they had fought just now, Yi Fei had been shocked to discover that the human demon had used some unknown demonic art to not only bring him into the illusory realm of the ancient battlefield, but even stranger was that in this illusory, starry sky, he and the human demon's strength had actually swapped places. Here, the demonic human demon's realm had suddenly changed from half-step earthly venerate to a true earthly venerate, while Yi Fei's realm had changed from battle wizard god, who was comparable to an earthly venerate, to half-step earthly venerate. This demonic technique is too strange. It's almost on par with Master Devil Emperor's devouring demonic technique. However, when Master Devil Emperor's devouring demonic technique was activated, I could sense it. But when Master Devil Emperor activated his devouring demonic technique, I couldn't sense it at all. Boom! Even though his realm had suddenly swapped places with the human demon, Yi Fei was still a half-step earthly venerate. When he was pushed back, he had already activated his mind power to heal his internal injuries. Fortunately, he had 2 golden god treasures, and his mind power was comparable to 2 wizard gods. Otherwise, the human demon's punch would have consumed a large amount of his mind power. In a battle between sovereigns, even a glance or a strand of hair of negligence was enough to instantly lose one's life, let alone the amount of mind power consumed. Kill. The human demon did not give Yi Fei a chance to react. When he realized that his punch had not seriously injured Yi Fei, he instantly launched a second white bone demon fist at Yi Fei. Octopole, celestial dragon, formless finger of disaster. A cold light flashed in Yi Fei's eyes. Even though his realm had been lowered, he had no intention of backing down. 2 sovereign-level techniques were launched at the same time. Although each technique could only display 70% of its power, when the 2 techniques were stacked together, their power could be stacked 14 times. To a certain extent, this also made up for the gap between a half-step earthly venerate and an earthly venerate. This time, Yi Fei successfully blocked the human demon's white bone demon fist. However, before he could catch his breath, the human demon suddenly laughed and roared. The first battle was a sea of blood. The second battle was madness. Yi Fei, dying under my graveyard of gods and demons is an honorable death for you. Scram, you're still 100,000 years too young for me to die. My realm wouldn't have swapped places with yours for no reason. Either this is an illusion, or there's something wrong with this graveyard of gods and demons. That's right, I understand now. A bold idea suddenly appeared in Yi Fei's mind. The graveyard of gods and demons that I've entered is very likely the human demon's demon realm. It's just that this infernal domain is very special. It can allow people who enter the infernal domain to switch their realms with those of humans and demons. However, the infernal domain itself cannot allow the realms of both parties to be switched directly. If I had entered the demon realm in the demon realm, I would have attacked directly instead of going through so much trouble and creating this illusion that I've returned to the primordial age. Boom! While Yi Fei was pondering, their martial techniques collided once again. Even though he was using two sovereign-level techniques at the same time, his current realm had already swapped places with the human demons. Relying on his half-step earthly venerate realm, he still had two sovereign-level techniques that he couldn't display their full power. Naturally, Yi Fei wasn't a match for the human demon. The exchange of blows only lasted for a moment. Once again, the human demon smashed a bloody hole into Yi Fei's body. He had no choice but to retreat again to avoid the brunt of the attack. Kill! The human demon roared for the third time. He still didn't give Yi Fei a chance to catch his breath. The third white-bone demon fist smashed toward Yi Fei. Yi Fei's heart sank. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Of course, he couldn't go head-to-head with the human demon. As he continued to retreat, Yi Fei opened the golden divine treasure again. In one breath, he struck out 13 celestial palms into the surrounding starry sky. These celestial palms overlapped each other like shining stars. They blasted toward the entire starry sky. Not only did they shatter countless starry skies, but they also shattered countless warriors and wizards in the surroundings. As Yi Fei had expected, although these people were real, they were actually illusions created by the human demon. When the illusions shattered, the surrounding starry sky instantly turned into a demon realm filled with dense demon chi. However, just as Yi Fei was concentrating all his strength in an attempt to break through this demon realm and restore his cultivation base, the human demon's face was full of mockery. He punched again, smashing a bowl-sized bloody hole into Yi Fei's body. Blood spurted out from his body like a fountain. The intense pain made Yi Fei frown. He could only retreat once again. At the same time, he kept bursting with the mental energy of the golden divine treasure. However, he didn't heal his injuries. Instead, he forcefully endured the pain, wanting to kill his way out of this strange demon realm. Chapter 1941. You're smart. You saw the flaw in my demon realm so quickly. Not bad. The graveyard of gods and demons is my demon realm. But to break this demon realm, you have to have the attack power of an earthly venerable to do so. Do you think you have the potential to unleash the power of an earthly venerable when you agreed and switched realms? Do you have the power and opportunity? The human demon was calm and unruffled. He looked at Yi Fei as if he was looking at a caged tiger. His eyes were full of mockery, sarcasm, and indifference. He did not kill Yi Fei immediately. He had been injured by the 8th-level heavenly dragon before. Naturally, he knew that Yi Fei had mastered a complete heavenly venerable level technique. A heavenly venerable level technique was an important condition for breaking through to the heavenly venerable level. The human demon would not give it up so easily. Yi Fei, hand over the 8th-level heavenly dragon, and I can spare your life. I'll just turn you into a white-bone monarch like me. The human demon sneered. He looked as if he had Yi Fei under his control. That was indeed the case. Now that their realms had been switched, Yi Fei had been completely suppressed in the battle just now. He had even suffered serious injuries. If they continued to fight, the human demon might be able to kill Yi Fei with just one move. Human demon, your demon realm is indeed magical. But if you think you can kill me like this, you're underestimating me. Kill, undying sword soul, wake up. The graveyard of gods and demons could switch realms, but it could not suppress the undying sword soul's divine power. After all, it was a heavenly realm sword soul from the 9 heavens. The destructive sword aura it contained was enough to destroy heaven and earth and shatter the starry sky. Understanding that the demon realm might be the human demon's strongest trump card, Yi Fei finally revealed his own. The sword soul in his body awakened and released a terrifying destructive sword light. When the human demon saw the destructive sword light, his entire white-boned demon body trembled violently. What kind of sword soul is that? How can it avoid the suppression of the graveyard of gods and demons? Oh no, this is an earthly venerable. Stop. Intense shock flashed in the human demon's eyes. His demonic flames raged, and he immediately struck out two terrifying white-boned demon fists. He wanted to kill Yi Fei on the spot. He did not even care about asking him about the heavenly venerable level technique. Boom! It was also at this moment that the destructive sword chi from the undying sword soul turned into a terrifying beam of light that destroyed everything in its path. It also slashed apart the special demonic domain that Yi Fei was hiding in. In the sky above Kargalik, all the martial artist could see was a ray of sword soul radiance. It tore through the sky like lightning and let out a loud bang. The monstrous demonic aura that enveloped the entire Kargalik was suddenly torn apart. Light was restored to heaven and earth, but it was not sunlight. Instead, it was extremely dazzling swordlight. It wasn't enough to destroy the celestial realm with a single slash. Yi Fei, in a spurt of energy, suddenly unleashed the great heaven formless tribulation, the 8 extreme celestial dragon, and the celestial star technique consecutively. He even had a divine battle technique. Without the suppression of the demon domain, Yi Fei, who had regained the fighting power of the sorcerer god, immediately unleashed the full power of these 3 martial arts. During this time, the human demon also let out a furious roar. He was filled with hatred and wanted to reform his demonic domain to resist Yi Fei. Unfortunately, the power of Yi Fei's 3 martial arts was too terrifying. The entire sky was filled with a dazzling golden divine light. That was the last of Yi Fei's mental strength. It was completely berserk and boiling. Then it mercilessly attacked the human demon. No, I will definitely not be defeated. I am the strongest in the world. With my hatred, I will kill all living things. The human demon was furious and roared. His intense hatred and killing intent caused the human demon to use the white-boned demon fist to kill 4 of Yi Fei's law heavenly dragons in succession. However, the human demon's resistance came to an end. Then, his white-boned demon fist was mercilessly devoured by the remaining law heavenly dragons and the great heaven formless tribulation. Even so, Yi Fei had no intention of letting the human demon go. This is a great enemy, second only to the dark heavenly lord. If the human demon doesn't die, the Tianwu continent will never have peace. Kill. Amidst the golden divine light that filled the sky, the final all-heaven star's palm had already shattered the demon flames that the human demon had hurriedly gathered. Perhaps in the next breath, Yi Fei would be able to completely reduce the human demon's body to ashes, just like he had destroyed the demon's domain. Just at this moment, a familiar voice rang out from the heavily injured human devil. Brother, the human devil can't die. The martial heaven continent's core has already fallen into his hands. If the human devil dies, the core will also shatter. Roar. The human demon let out an unwilling roar. However, he was already heavily injured and could no longer suppress Wang Bai. A familiar figure appeared in his body once more. That person was wearing white robes. His 4 eyebrows fluttered in the wind, giving off a strange feeling. However, behind him was the 1,000-armed devil. It was sinister and evil, giving off a terrifying feeling. Wang Bai, who need your help? I'll definitely refine you to death one day. Get the hell out of my body. The human demon roared furiously. Even though he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he was still unable to calm down. He was like a devil that had gone berserk. Strangely, behind the human demon was a dazzling figure. It was the image of a benevolent true god. Wang Bai, the human demon? Yi Fei's eyes widened. This scene was too bizarre. The human demon he had been about to kill actually had Wang Bai come out of his body. No, this is definitely an illusion. Human demon, do you think I'll fall for it again? Die. Yi Fei's gaze hardened, and the all-heaven star palm continued to descend. Wang Bai's eyebrows were knitted together in fright. He hastily shouted, "It's not an illusion. I really am Wang Bai. Brother, have you forgotten? Back then, when you peeked at Xiaoyu bathing, I endured it and didn't shut up." Bam! Yi Fei's eyebrows twitched. The all-heaven star palm had already stopped, but when he heard Wang Bai's words, Yi Fei didn't say anything else and immediately struck out. The human demon's sturdy white-boned demon body let out an earth-shattering boom. The human demon and Wang Bai both cried out in pain. The human demon cried out in pain, but Wang Bai cried out in heartache, "My arm bone. Even my ribs are broken. Surnamed Yi, you're really ruthless. To think I still treated you as a brother." As Wang Bai spoke, he painfully picked up a rib bone that had been sent flying by Yi Fei and hurriedly reconnected the human demon skeleton. Yi Fei pretended not to see. Just based on the fact that Wang Bai had exposed his shortcomings, he had already restrained himself by not killing him. However, Wang Bai's words made him certain that the person in front of him wasn't an illusion, but the real Wang Bai. As for why Wang Bai would appear from the human demon's body, Yi Fei didn't have time to think about it. Seeing Wang Bai appear, Yi Fei immediately thought of all the hardships and grievances he had suffered when he became human emperor. It was fine if he didn't see Wang Bai, but now that he saw him, the anger that Yi Fei had accumulated over the years finally couldn't hold back and erupted. Chapter 1942. Wang Bai was shocked. He jumped up angrily and scolded, "Yi, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't have become the human emperor. Let's talk this out." Yi Fei was even angrier when he heard this. He roared, "You still have the cheek to bring this up? It would have been better if he hadn't brought this up." Now that he did, he was filled with anger. Yi Fei kicked even harder and beat him even faster. Wang Bai could only grab the human demon's broken rib and resist with all his might. "Brother, I can explain my ass." Yi Fei roared angrily. He snatched the rib and kicked Wang Bai again, almost sending him rolling on the ground. "Yi, you're not human. What sin have I committed?" Wang Bai flew into a rage out of humiliation. Even the ferocious true demon behind him became ferocious. When Wang Bai realized this, his face quickly turned pale. He quickly sat down cross-legged, as though he was desperately suppressing the restless true demon behind him. "Wang Bai, what's wrong? Are you all right? I didn't mean to hit you. Yi Fei was still angry at first. However, he saw that Wang Bai's condition was not right. Even his body was flickering, as though he would disappear at any time. Yi Fei's heart suddenly tensed up. After all, even though Wang Bai had cheated him many times, Wang Bai had helped him even more. In his heart, Yi Fei still recognized Wang Bai as his brother. He no longer cared about kicking Wang Bai. He quickly went over and channeled all his demigod true essence into Wang Bai's body. Only then did Wang Bai roar. He finally succeeded in suppressing the true demon behind him. He then stood up, sweating profusely. Seeing Wang Bai like this, Yi Fei felt even more guilty. He couldn't help but lower his head apologetically. "Wang Bai, are you all right? If I knew you were so weak, I would have held back and waited for you to recover before I hit you." Hearing that Yi Fei wanted to hit him a second time, Wang Bai's four fluttering eyebrows trembled violently. Then he sighed and wiped the blood from his nose. "Hey, brother, you don't have to say anything. I understand. After all, you don't look that good to begin with, and you're facing me like this. It's inevitable that the most handsome man in the world will feel jealous and ashamed of his inferiority. There's nothing you can do about being handsome. In the past, I was envied wherever I went. Now, wherever I go, I get beaten up. I'm so handsome that it's a sin." Wang Bai sighed. Yi Fei suddenly had the urge to hit him again. However, before he could start fighting, Wang Bai's eyebrows trembled like dragon whiskers. His face suddenly darkened as he said, "Now is not the time to talk. Hurry up and take the human demon to the demon ceiling tower in the land of buried gods." The human demon's devil soul has severely injured you. It is very likely that the demon sealing tower skeleton army will go out of control. What? The heart of the origin. Yi Fei was shocked. He never thought that the heart of the origin of the Tianwu continent would be in the hands of the human demon. However, he soon understood. The human demon had caused a calamity in the ancient times. He had cut off the dragon head and dragon tail of the Zulong continent, turning the Zulong continent into a broken Tianwu continent. He reckoned that the human demon had already found the heart of the origin at that time. However, Yi Fei found it strange. Since the human demon had obtained the heart of the origin, why didn't he refine it or give it to the sorcerer tribe? Why did he hide it secretly? Hearing Yi Fei's question, Wang Bai quickly laughed. He pointed at himself and said, "If the human demon wants to give the heart of the origin to the sorcerer tribe or refine it, he has to go through me. With Big Brother suppressing him in his body, how can a human demon be so unbridled?" Yi Fei was puzzled. "So you left the human battlefield to suppress the human devils? That's not right. Since you suppressed the human devils, why did you let the human devils create an ancient calamity and even let your main body escape?" Wang Bai's 4 eyebrows trembled violently. He then coughed dryly and glared angrily at Yi Fei. "Let's talk about this later. It's more important to deal with the human devil skeleton army in the demon sealing tower first. They are all formed from the resentment of experts who died. Once they lose control of the human devils, they will immediately turn into the most brutal creatures. Bone devil and unmelted bones. Then let's go now." Yi Fei's expression turned ugly. He suddenly understood why Wang Bai wanted to stop him from killing the demon killer. In the end, the bone army of the god burial ground numbered in the millions. If that many bones went out of control and turned into bone devils, they would charge out of the unsealed god burial ground. That would be another calamity for the martial heaven continent. More importantly, the heart of origin was hidden in the god burial ground. If the bone devils were to destroy it, the entire martial heaven continent would be destroyed. As the human emperor, Yi Fei and Wang Bai couldn't shirk their responsibility. "Forget it. I'll remember this beating. When I'm free, I'll drag Wang Bai out and beat him up again." Yi Fei planned in his heart. He didn't have time to tell the others in detail. He only asked Shan to look after Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle. He had already brought Wang Bai and the imprisoned human devils. They left the north region and rushed towards the god burial ground. During this period of time, the central region held the heaven and earth supreme leaderboard. Countless empires in the central region sent their strongest young talents to the god burial ground to train. Among these people, there was no lack of young kings and even young emperors. However, no matter how strong these young emperors and kings were, when faced with an endless army of skeletons that constantly transformed into bone devils, these martial artists who were training were still in great danger. If not for the martial heaven continent's spiritual chi having recovered long ago and the endless stream of genius martial artists and a large number of elixirs brought back from the starry sky to increase their strength, just the red monsters hidden in the god burial ground alone would have been enough to make them suffer. Not to mention, the entire god burial ground had an endless stream of skeletons that were out of control. The army walked out of the demon's sealing tower. These skeletons were the strongest group of martial artists in the ancient past when they were alive. There were martial sages and martial emperors among them. There were even boundary emperors and martial emperors. When a human devil was sealed and suppressed by the demon's sealing tower, even if these skeletons turned into bone devils, they could only unleash the fighting power of a martial sage. However, as the human devil was freed, the seal of the demon's sealing tower lost its effect. The entire god burial ground was no longer sealed. The army of skeletons hidden in it instantly erupted. They used all their fighting power. The bone devils carried the hatred from when they were alive and the ferocity of monsters. They started to wreak havoc in the god burial ground. They devoured batch after batch of young martial artists who came in for training. When Yi Fei and Wang Bai arrived, in the entire land of buried gods, apart from a dozen temporary cities built by young emperors, the rest of the temporary cities were already covered in corpses and rivers of blood flowed. When Yi Fei saw this, his gaze could not help but dim. Wang Bai also sighed. Then he said, "Don't be discouraged. As the human sovereign, you have to have this kind of awareness. We cannot bring the dead back to life, but we can let the living walk out alive. Leave the bone devils outside to me. I'll leave the bone devils in the demon ceiling tower to you. Remember, no matter what, don't let the bone devils enter. Find the heart of origin for the unmelted bones inside. Even if you find it, you can't let them refine it." The most important thing in a continent was the heart of its origin. Chapter 1943. Boom! While Yi Fei and Wang Bai were discussing, the youths of the God Burial Land didn't just sit there and wait for death. Over a dozen youths had joined forces. They were the strongest geniuses of the Martial Heaven continent in this era. They were much stronger than Yi Fei's era. It was also because of the concerted efforts of these young rulers and a large number of martial artists that they were able to hold on until now. Even so, Yi Fei could tell at a glance that these martial artists had already reached their limits. As more and more bone devils walked out of the demon ceiling tower, these martial artists, including those soon, the youths would be drowned out. "Human devil, look, this is what you've done. I wasn't able to stop you in the ancient era, but this time, I'll definitely stop you. God and devil one body." Wang Bai's heart was burning with anxiety. His body transformed into a ray of light that merged with the true devil behind him. Then the true devil drilled into the human devil's body. The human devil roared furiously. Even though he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, he still let out a roar of unwillingness and fear. But at this moment, Yi Fei snorted coldly. His powerful mental energy formed shackles that completely suppressed the human devil. Wang Bai's true devil form finally merged with the human devil's body. The human devil's cold skeleton actually grew true flesh and blood. The final person to appear in front of Yi Fei was no longer the human devil, but the white-robed Wang Bai. Yi Fei looked at this scene in shock. "Human devil, Wang Bai, you're actually the same person?" "No. The human devil's soul left my body and was maliciously transformed by the Dark Empyrean. In order to suppress the human devil and take back this body, I had to endure over 100,000 years of suffering. But no matter how difficult it was, as the human emperor, we must fight for the human race, for the Martial Heaven continent. We must fight for the people of the Martial Heaven continent." When Wang Bai reappeared, he no longer had that despicable aura. Instead, he had the aura of an emperor that soared into the heavens. Behind him, the illusory figures of a true devil and a true god appeared. These two figures overlapped and transformed into a powerful life form that was neither a god nor a devil. Humans are called gods by nature and emperors by the day after. If I become the emperor, I will protect the people, cultivate my spear, and wear the same robe as my son. Celestial devil overlord body, invincible in the imperial path. Wang Bai Huang's might was vast and mighty as he punched out brazenly. Boom! Dazzling imperial light transformed into endless dragon-shaped fist radiance. It was the human race, fighting against the heavens and earth, slaying gods and devils. This was the human emperor. This was Wang Bai. In front of the brilliant divine light of the human emperor fist, the bone demon army was like pieces of paper that were shattered by Wang Bai. Wang Bai's strength immediately attracted the attention of the bone demon army. The bone demons that were pouring out of the demon ceiling tower suddenly stopped. Then, powerful immortal monarchs walked out of the demon ceiling tower coldly. These monarchs were all martial gods when they were alive. After they died, they were refined by the human demon for tens of thousands of years and had long become the most terrifying white bone monarchs. They walked out silently and charged toward Wang Bai. The appearance of the white bone emperor also made the hundreds of thousands of bone demons in the land of buried gods go crazy. Kill! Suddenly, a terrifying kill character made of white bones appeared in the void. Upon closer inspection, the kill character was actually formed by tens of thousands of bone demons. They formed a silent kill character of death. At the same time, they formed a terrifying sea of white bones that completely drowned Wang Bai. Wang Bai, you must live. You still owe me a beating. Yi Fei roared fiercely, just as Wang Bai's figure was drowned by the endless sea of bones. Yi Fei opened his golden divine treasure again. Dazzling spiritual power turned him into a golden god fiend. Then, a scarlet blood sword that shone with golden divine light appeared in Yi Fei's hand. He quickly slashed at the demon ceiling tower. Boom! The entire demon ceiling tower. Before the power of Yi Fei's golden blood sword, a huge hole was blasted open. Then, Yi Fei walked into the hole with his sword. Kill! In the demon ceiling tower, dozens of white bone emperors formed by immortal skeletons have been waiting for a long time. They let out silent roars, and their cold eyes condensed with each other, forming countless pale, white bone flames that burned fiercely. They wanted to block the hole that Yi Fei had created. Yi Fei, on the highest divine throne of the demon ceiling tower, a female white bone emperor was sitting cross-legged. She wore a white bone crown on her head and held a pale white bone scepter in her hand. She also let out a vague roar. Blood, flesh, and vocal cords were continuously growing in his throat. White bone resurrection. You're Chen Mengyao. Oh no, you're holding the heart of origin. The white bone emperor that rushed up exploded with a bang. Yi Fei instantly charged into the demon ceiling tower from outside the hole, with the light of bone flames soaring into the sky. However, he was still a step too late. The heart of origin had been obtained by Chen Mengyao in advance. Although the human demon deceived me, he turned me into something that was neither human nor ghost, but the human demon still fulfilled part of his promise. He turned me into the strongest monarch here, the unmelted bones, and made me the second monarch of all the bone devils here. On Chen Mingyao's scarlet skull, flesh and blood quickly grew out. Flesh and blood, human skin, and hair appeared one after another. She had returned to being one of the four great geniuses of the northern region, the picturesque fairy Mengyao. Only her eyes were filled with coldness and hatred. Yi Fei, thanks to you seriously injuring the human demon's control over me is now so weak that it's negligible. I have also obtained this heart of origin. When I refine it, I will definitely become the ruler of this continent, and I will also become your ruler. Now, use all of your strength, fight to the death, drag him out for me. A ghost-like roar came from her throat. Hundreds of white bone emperors suddenly appeared in the demon ceiling tower. They faithfully carried out Chen Mingyao's orders. All of them surged with killing intent and silently charged towards Yi Fei. They also protected Chen Mengyao and successfully refined the Sky Martial Continent's heart of origin. Yi Fei's gaze instantly turned cold, followed by a boundless murderous intent surging from his body. All of you scram. Chen Mengyao, you have truly angered me this time. Yi Fei roared. Even though Chen Mingyao's temperament had changed greatly and she had done countless evil things. But on account of their previous acquaintance and Fu Renjia's face, Yi Fei had always endured and did not kill Chen Mengyao. But now he had this kind of patience, was finally completely worn down. The heart of origin must not be refined by the crazy Chen Mengyao. Otherwise, the entire Sky Martial Continent will be destroyed by this crazy and twisted woman. Kill! The blood sword in Yi Fei's hand became even more dazzling than before. All of his mental strength was released at this moment. Chapter 1944. Shock and fear flashed through the cold, empty eye sockets of the remaining immortal skeletons. A strange and cold smile appeared on Chen Mingyao's face. Yi Fei, you are indeed very strong. But how much power did you consume in the battle with the human demon? How much power did you consume to rush from the northern region to the land of buried gods? Killing these immortal skeletons should be the last of your mental strength. Without mental strength, you're no longer a sorcerer god. You are just an exhausted sorcerer god, a pitiful demigod. You can't stop me, nor can you stop them. Roar. The white skeleton army suddenly surged back from all directions. Under King Chan Mingyao's command, the remaining unmelted skeletons, regardless of whether they were heavily injured or crippled, once again emitted the aura of darkness and death. Kill him. Help me become a god. When I become a god and refine the heart of origin, I want the entire sky martial continent to prostrate before me. I want the 2 generations of human emperors to kneel before me and become my most loyal servants. Chen Mingyao stood up excitedly. She held a bright pearl in her hand. It was the dragon pearl formed after the ancestral dragon died. It was also the heart of origin that could affect the entire sky martial continent. As the heavenly venerate's origin continuously flowed into her body, Chen Mingyao's originally withered skeleton body was regenerating flesh and blood at an even faster speed. Soon, new flesh and organs grew out of her neck and upper body. When all the flesh and blood in her body were regenerated, it would be the time for her to be reborn and refine the heart of origin. Yifei's heart was suddenly filled with anxiety and killing intent. He no longer entangled with the Bone Demon army. Instead, he steeled his heart and completely ignored the Bone Demon army coming from all directions. He only charged toward Chen Mingyao crazily. Yifei, you really haven't changed. You are still as impulsive and stupid as you were in the northern region. Without the sorcerer god's battle strength, do you think you are still a match for the Bone Demon army that I control? Chen Mingyao sneered. The heart of origin in her hand was being refined even faster. Soon, even her legs were regenerating flesh and blood, turning her from a sinister and terrifying blood-colored skeleton into a picturesque beauty. But it was also at this moment. Boom! Terrifying rumbling sounds rang out in the air. In the midst of a sea of skeletons, a faint astral sword light suddenly flickered. After that, this astral sword light grew stronger and stronger, brighter and brighter. Amidst the endless bone demons, Yifei raised the limitless sword with both hands. Like a war demon, he smashed the white bones around him. That's right. My mental strength was indeed exhausted in the battle with the human demon. My Jin Yuan is also running low. However, I still have a half-venerable artifact body and the limitless sword in my hand. Old friend, I still have to rely on you at this critical moment. Farewell. Yifei suddenly roared with a sad expression. The limitless sword seemed to have sensed something. It let out a sorrowful cry, and the sword's spirit inside suddenly collapsed. Boom! This was the self-destruction of a divine artifact. The violent explosion caused the entire demon ceiling tower to shatter. The sea of bones that had once drowned Yifei turned into countless bone fragments and exploded into countless bone flames. And amidst the bone flames that filled the sky, a figure burning with pale, white flames walked out with large strides. Although he was panting, his fighting spirit was still soaring. He instantly appeared in front of Chen Mingyao. He suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the origin source. Impossible! How can your physical body be so strong? You can even block the self-destruction of a divine artifact. I won't lose. Even if I lose, I won't let you win. Yifei, let's die together. Chen Mingyao's eyes flashed with hatred and madness. Knowing that she could not defeat Yifei, she was so crazy that she immediately chose to perish together with him. Her body that had not been completely regenerated suddenly cracked. Then, countless explosive lights rushed out from the cracks in her body. In an instant, the entire demon ceiling tower was detonated. It was about to detonate the origin source in her hand. Yifei's heart flashed with great fear. If the origin source was destroyed, the spirit chi that had been restored to the sky martial continent would quickly dissipate. From then on, it would completely become a dead continent without any spirit chi. He had never thought that Chen Mingyao would do such a crazy thing. Subconsciously, Yifei rushed forward without caring about anything. At the same time that he grabbed the origin source, Yifei had already roared in his heart. Undying sword soul, absorb. Boom! The sword's soul awakened and formed a terrifying vortex of destruction. Being heavily injured, he was unable to disperse the huge energy of a demigod's self-destruction. The only thing he could do was to use the undying sword soul to absorb and refine the origin source in advance before this energy destroyed the origin source. Therefore, this time, Yi Fei completely released all the restrictions on the undying sword soul. For the first time, Yi Fei completely took out the undying sword soul from his dantian. It formed a huge sword shadow with a golden body with black patterns. This sword shadow, it could swallow the heavens and destroy the earth. It could slay gods and demons and kill liches. The moment the sword soul appeared, it sensed the heavenly venerate's origin source in the chaos all around. Without needing Yi Fei's urging, the undying sword soul had already turned into a terrifying vortex of destruction. In an instant, it swallowed the origin source and started to refine it frantically. Given the power of the undying sword soul, there is no need to worry that the self-destruction of a demigod would affect its absorption of the heavenly venerate's origin source. At the same time, Yi Fei's physical body, which was at the pseudo-immedial grade, was not even afraid of the self-destruction of a divine grade weapon. Naturally, he would not care about Chun Mingyao's crazy self-destruction of a demigod. In the end, he simply sat down in the midst of this destructive storm and allowed the undying sword soul to refine the origin source. Otherwise, he would not have been able to protect the origin source from being destroyed by the energy of the demigod's self-destruction. After all, the pearl formed by the origin source was very fragile. While Yi Fei completely released the undying sword soul and refined the origin source, the dark nether abyss, in the underworld, a huge vibration suddenly came from the place where heavenly venerate darkness was sleeping. Countless runes flickered in the starry sky. They were as big as stars and as bright as the moon. If one took a closer look, they would not be stars, but countless heavenly venerate origins that formed an origin divine array. At that moment, heavenly venerate darkness, who was in the divine array, was suddenly awakened by the powerful destructive aura of the undying sword soul. What a strong sword way aura! It can actually awaken me from my deep slumber. However, this is also good. I have planned this for tens of thousands of years, but it was completely destroyed by a junior with the surname Yi. He even caused me to lose the spiritual soul that I cultivated with great difficulty. This is unforgivable. The consequences of angering me can only be repaid with blood. Pass down my order. All the sorcerer gods of the sorcerer tribe, come and see me immediately. If anyone dares to not come, their entire tribe will be annihilated. On this day, apart from the fire's golden palace and the minister's golden palace, which Yi Fei had taken away, all the other golden palaces of the sorcerer tribe were filled with this majestic and cold voice. However, when they heard this voice, all the sorcerer gods and golden sorcerers trembled in fear. Chapter 1945. Holy Master, Dark Holy Master has completely awakened. Empyreans were originally not allowed to exist in this world. When Empyrean Dark Empyrean awakened, his powerful Empyrean aura, even though it was only a flash, was still unavoidable. Both the human god and heavenly god simultaneously sensed it, and their faces were filled with shock. Every time Dark Holy Master woke up, it meant that a new bloody war between the human and sorcerer tribes was about to break out. It also meant that a large number of martial gods and martial emperors would fall in this unprecedented bloody war. Moreover, this war was different from the previous ones. In the human tribe's impregnable pass, Yi Fei had destroyed Dark Holy Master's hidden doppelganger. This would undoubtedly enrage Dark Holy Master. The great war between humans and sorcerers this time might turn into the final battle between our two races. The human deity's expression was filled with worry. The human tribe's impregnable pass had lasted for so long without being breached by the sorcerer tribe. Firstly, the sorcerer gods of the sorcerer tribe were much weaker than the earthly venerables of the human tribe. They could not form an absolute advantage. Secondly, in the previous wars, Dark Holy Master had only woken up for a short while before falling into a deep sleep. He continued to heal and prolong his life. However, it was different this time. Dark Holy Master's doppelganger had been lurking in the human tribe for many years and knew the situation of the human tribe's impregnable pass like the back of his hand. At this time, if Dark Holy Master led the Sorcerer tribe's army to attack the human tribe's impregnable pass again, no matter how ambitious man-gods and divine gods were, they were not confident that they could defend the impregnable pass. Although we don't want to admit it, we have no other choice but to elect that boy as our leader to lead us against Dark Holy Master. Divine God said with a cold face. Man-God also nodded gloomily. Normally, even if Yi Fei and the human Emperor Palace were strong, they would not easily submit to orders. However, it was different now. This time, they might have to face the real Dark Holy Master. Even man-gods and divine gods could not help but feel angry and fearful. It was this fear that made man-gods and divine gods decide to give up their power and elect Yi Fei and the human Emperor Palace as the new beast spirits in the human tribe's battlefield. Of course, this did not exclude the possibility that man-gods and divine gods wanted to use Yi Fei and the human Emperor Palace to fight with Dark Holy Master. However, the Sky Celestial and the Man Celestial ultimately compromised in the face of Heavenly Venerate Haon's terrifying pressure. In the following period of time, the entire human race's impregnable pass entered a tense state of preparation for war. Every martial God Realm expert was summoned to the human fortress. They put on their armor and became generals. The half-martial gods and martial monarchs came from the Trial Cities and the Wind Cloud City, forming powerful armies. Every day, there would be war cries and battle cries, as well as the shouts of military drills. Due to the infiltration of Heavenly Lord He Tianzuan, as well as the destruction caused by eliminating the remnants of the Hidden God Palace, the human clan's impregnable pass had also lost several hundred martial gods. Fortunately, Yi Fei had abducted 100,000 wizards from the Sorcerer tribe and turned them into sorcerer traders. Among them, thousands of them were golden sorcerers. Gongzhu had even reached the level of half-step supreme sorcerer after merging with the golden divine treasure and cultivating divine-level sorcerer spells. The Nephilim Emperor had also reached the level of half-step earthly venerable. In addition to the compromise of the Sky Celestial and the Man Celestial, the human race's battlefield might not be the strongest, but it was the most united. Of course, this was only the Sky Celestial and the Man Celestial. They did not know that Yi Fei had merged with a complete Origin Source Core. The Origin Source Core was the key to controlling a continent. Whoever could refine it would be able to make all the martial artists born on the continent bow their heads and obey their orders. Of course, Yi Fei was already the human emperor. Naturally, he did not care about the ruling rights of a continent. What made him ecstatic was that after refining the Origin Source Core, the seal of the undying Sword Soul had been lifted by another layer. The power of the Destruction Sword Chi had also increased from 1,000th to 100th. Oh my god, it's actually 100th. If I can release this Destruction Sword Chi, the entire Tianwu continent will be destroyed by me in an instant. Yi Fei secretly clicked his tongue. When he felt the terrifying power hidden within the undying Sword Soul, even as a sorcerer celestial, Yi Fei felt fear from the bottom of his heart. I wonder if this power can kill heavenly venerable darkness? Such a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. But before he could think about it, loud cheers came from outside. Then Wang Bai, dressed in white, walked into the demon's ceiling tower like a floating god of war. He left behind the powerful, dignified, and solemn back view of countless young martial artists. However, after walking into the demon's ceiling tower, Wang Bai immediately revealed his true colors. He waved his hand with a wretched smile and said, "Ah, handsome people are really popular. I just waved my hand lightly and destroyed a group of skeleton soldiers. I actually received the fanatical worship of so many people. What should I do? It's so annoying." Yi Fei came back to his senses and said with a solemn expression, "Wang Bai, I accidentally refined the Origin Source Core. It's not your fault. When a woman goes crazy, it's really scary." Besides, it's better for you to refine it than for that crazy woman to refine it or self-destruct it. Wang Bai also had a lingering fear. Although he was fighting outside, he had been paying attention to the situation inside the demon ceiling tower. Yi Fei shook his head gloomily and said, "I'm not concerned about this. I'm just worried that refining the origin source core will have a bad effect on the Tianwu continent." Wang Bai was stunned when he heard this. Then he seriously combed his 4 eyebrows and explained, "Let me put it this way. The Tianwu continent is the ancestor dragon's physical body. The origin source core is the ancestor dragon's soul. You refine the heart of origin, which is equivalent to becoming the ancestral dragon's soul. As long as you don't die, the martial continent will continue to absorb the power of the universe and continuously produce the heavenly venerate's origin source and all kinds of spiritual energy. Of course, if you are strong enough, you can also force out the refined origin source core and return it to this continent." Wang Bai explained in detail. Yi Fei also let out a long sigh of relief. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. "Don't worship me. I've always been a very low-key person." Wang Bai walked out in a flashy manner. Facing the tens of thousands of young martial artists outside, he revealed what he thought was the most handsome and mighty smile. The martial artists outside all looked at Wang Bai in bafflement. What's wrong with this person? You should be Emperor Ye's follower, right? Of course. Which master doesn't have a servant come out first to shout when he goes out? Look, Emperor Yi has come out. It's really Emperor Yi, our real martial sacred courtyard's strongest holy son, our Tianwu continent's strongest human emperor. Emperor Yi, I love you so much. A bold empress actually confessed her love to Yi Fei in public. Just as he walked out of the demon's ceiling tower, Yi Fei was extremely embarrassed. Wang Bai's dignified smile also completely froze. Even his 4 eyebrows were stiff as iron. Only then did he understand that the one who everyone cheered for just now was not him, the handsome Wang Bai. It was Yi Fei who had killed his way into the demon's ceiling tower. Chapter 1946. Although the matter of the demon ceiling pagoda had been settled, there were still a large number of bone demons wandering in the land of buried gods. However, Yi Fei did not plan to continue killing these bone demons. Firstly, he did not have the time. Secondly, the land of buried gods would lose its purpose as a training ground after completely eliminating these bone demons. Finally, Yi Fei and Wang Bai discussed and worked together to set up the sorcerer god restriction and earthly venerable restriction in the land of buried gods. With these 2 restrictions, even if a martial god entered, he would only be able to unleash the power of a martial saint. At the same time, the bone demons inside would not be destroyed. It would be a permanent training ground for the Tianwu continent. After doing all this, Yi Fei and Wang Bai immediately left the central region and returned to the north region. When they returned, 3 familiar figures were anxiously waiting in the sky above Yi City. Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, Shangluo, why are you here? Yi Fei was surprised. Although the teleportation stone gate was still open, it was a super long-distance teleportation. Every teleportation required a large amount of resources. When Yi Fei came, it was not that he did not want to bring more people with him. However, he had used up all the treasures on him and could only hold a sacrifice to quickly teleport him over. According to common sense, Zhao Yu and the other 2 could not be teleported again unless the human gods and heavenly gods were willing to take out resources. Yi Fei's heart sank. Could it be that something had happened on the battlefield of the human race? Yi Fei, something has happened on the battlefield of the human race. The Dark Lord has completely awakened. The sorcerer tribe has begun to gather their army. A new great war between the human race and the sorcerer tribe is about to begin. Lu Qing's voice trembled. The great war between the human race and the sorcerer tribe was the most terrifying battle in the world. Even if a martial emperor or martial god entered the battlefield, they would be like a tiny ant that could be trampled to death by a giant at any time. This giant used to be the sorcerer tribe's gold great sorcerer, the sorcerer god. Now, It was the even more terrifying Dark Lord. The reason why Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shangluo had returned together was not only to inform Yi Fei, but also to remind the Tianwu continent to make early preparations. Sai, what's coming can't escape. For Empyrean darkness to personally take action, there are only two possibilities. Either he doesn't have much time left in his lifespan and must risk his life in a desperate struggle, or his injuries have completely healed and he once again possesses the combat strength of an Empyrean. Wang Bai's expression was solemn, and his four eyebrows were knitted together. Zhao Yu looked at Wang Bai in shock. You're Wang Bai. Ahem, eldest sister-in-law, long time no see. Greetings to second sister-in-law, third sister-in-law. Wang Bai was refined and courteous, making a solemn appearance. But what he said scared Yi Fei so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. He felt that Wang Bai really had a big mouth. It was understandable that he called Zhao Yu sister-in-law, but why did he have to add Lu Qing and Shangluo? Boom! Without any warning, the surrounding air suddenly became cold at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wang Bai, who was standing in the same place flirtatiously, was frozen into a strange ice sculpture with a crack. Then there was the sound of thunder and lightning. Countless bolts of lightning, like a heavenly tribulation, caused a sensation on the spot. Wang Bai's four eyebrows were char-black and emitted four puffs of black smoke. Finally, Wang Bai rushed out of the ice and lightning with great difficulty, when suddenly a piece of spirit melon skin appeared on the ground and was accurately thrown at Wang Bai's feet. With a bump, Wang Bai's face was plastered to the ground, and he slid out for a long distance. Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle were both stunned. Yi Fei was also stunned. Although Wang Bai was indeed asking for a beating, he was still the previous human emperor after all. But seeing the three murderous tigresses, Yi Fei swallowed his saliva and finally decided to pretend that he did not see anything. He just changed the topic in a muffled voice. Business is more important. Let's go back to the battlefield of the human race first. Shan Shan, Xiao Chan, Zhao Shinian, you protect family Yi in northern region. Dark clouds loomed over the city. A great battle was about to begin, but Yi Fei did not intend to let family Yi in northern region fight. In the end, he still had his own selfish motives. If the human race was defeated on the battlefield, at least he could protect these relatives and not be affected. Seeing Yi Fei change the topic, Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shangluo all rolled their eyes, a look of contempt on their faces. But when they saw Wang Bai lying on the ground, constantly twitching and emitting black smoke, they quickly laughed again. Their minds, which were originally frightened by Dark Lord, all relaxed at this time. Not a little. Wang Bai lay motionless on the ground and looked at Xiao Chao, who was riding on the dragon turtle, who passed by him with a hopeless expression. Little sister, please take pity on me. Let your dragon turtle spit out some dragon saliva to heal my injuries. Xiao Chao looked at the dragon turtle in surprise. The dragon turtle hurriedly shook its head, indicating that although it had dragon blood, it was a turtle species. How could it spit out dragon saliva? What? You can't spit out dragon saliva. Then what's the use of raising you so fat? Wang Bai hit the nail on the head. The dragon turtle's face darkened, and it spat out a mouthful of dragon flames on the spot. In the end, Ling Siki vaguely guessed Wang Bai's identity. Out of respect for the previous human emperor, she grabbed one of Wang Bai's feet and wanted to drag him into the stone door. However, Wang Bai waved his hand and climbed up from the ground. Forget it, I won't go back first. The war has begun. Old friend, after hundreds of thousands of years of silence, are you still willing to follow me and recover those bloody years? Boom! Wang Bai faced the starry sky. Imperial light formed a golden bridge from Yi City, extending directly into the endless starry sky. Yi Fei, you go first. I'll find my old friend, and then go to the human race's impregnable past to meet you. Yi Fei nodded. He understood that the old friend Wang Bai was looking for should be the Earth formation. He didn't ask any more questions and only raised his foot and stepped through the stone door. Behind a stone door was the human race's impregnable pass. However, the current human race's impregnable pass was different from usual. This impregnable pass was filled with martial gods, half-gods, and countless martial emperors. They were in groups, forming military formations, and lined up neatly in the starry sky outside the impregnable pass. Among them, there were many sorcerers. These were the 100,000 sorcerer traders that Yi Fei had brought back. The Dark Lord had awakened, and the war was about to begin. They had already betrayed the Dark Lord and sided with Yi Fei. They had no choice but to pick up their weapons and fight side by side with the human race's martial artists in the impregnable pass. Thus, behind the military formations, countless altars appeared for the first time in the human race's impregnable pass. Each altar had a different number of sorcerers, and they were conducting sacrifices. They were borrowing the power of heaven and earth to create all kinds of sorcerer puppets, wild beasts, and sorcerer insects. Inside the impregnable pass, there was a raging fire. There were more than 3,000 volcanic furnaces that were lit up at the same time. Countless weapon forgers of the human race and weapon sorcerers of the sorcerer tribe worked together to create all kinds of terrifying weapons that were suitable for war. There were also huge sun warships that dragged man-made suns and slowly flew out. They flew out of the impregnable pass. Those who stayed on the warships were all martial gods. Then, more than 10 gold warships slowly rose into the sky. Gong Zhu and the Demon King were commanding the gold sorcerers on the warships to arrange the troops. Outside the city walls, there are also groups of powerful half-gods. Some were alone, and some were in small groups. They were shuttling through the military formations, passing down various orders. Looking at the end of the impregnable pass, in the direction of the sorcerer tribe's lonely mountain range, a pitch-black fog was approaching the human race's battlefield at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1947. Above the impregnable pass, everyone's expression was grave and worried. It was only when Yi Fei brought Zhao Yu and the rest back that their worries lessened slightly. Human ruler, the sky deity and man deity walked forward together and cupped their hands towards Yi Fei. In the face of Heavenly Lord Heian's strong pressure, they finally decided to acknowledge Yi Fei and handed over the command of the battlefield unconditionally. However, Yi Fei could vaguely guess that the sky deity and man deity were preserving their strength. However, he did not intend to expose them. Instead, he asked in a deep voice, "How long before Heavenly Lord Heian attacks?" Man deity said solemnly, "In 3 days, the million-strong sorcerer tribe army will reach the human tribe's impregnable pass." Actually, we are not afraid of the sorcerer tribe army. What we're truly worried about is that Heavenly Lord Heian might personally take action this time. Man deity's words made Yi Fei's heart sink. Then, he took a deep breath and said coldly, "No matter who comes, we must fight for the human tribe and for ourselves. If you want to live, deity and sky deity, I hope you could be less scheming and more courageous." That was all he had to say. Yi Fei did not say anything else. Instead, he returned to the human ruler's palace and began to make arrangements for the upcoming battle. The sky deity and man deity's expressions changed. They also returned to their respective temples with heavy hearts. 3 days later, outside the human tribe's impregnable pass, there was an earth-shattering roar of beasts. Countless warriors were alarmed and flew into the sky. Then, they saw that outside the impregnable pass, an endless army of ancient desolate beasts had appeared. These desolate beasts were controlled by the sorcerers and were driven here. They were the best cannon fodder to attack the human tribe's impregnable pass. Every time there was a great war between the human tribe and the sorcerer tribe, these ancient desolate beasts would cause great casualties to the human tribe's impregnable pass. Especially this time, the enraged Heavenly Lord Heian had not only personally taken action, but he had also gathered all the strength of the sorcerer tribe. This was bound to make this war even more tragic. Human tribe, Surrender to the Heavenly Lord, and you will still have a chance to live. If you resist, you will definitely die. The black scythe sorcerer god walked out from the countless desolate beasts and shouted at the impregnable pass. His words infuriated countless warriors. I would rather die than surrender. The human gods and heavenly gods all shouted at the same time. There are only heroes who die in battle, not cowards who surrender. Yifei walked out of the impregnable pass. Instantly, 10 pairs of furious eyes glared at Yifei. Supreme Yi, mortal Emperor Yi, you tricked us so badly. The celestial venerable has decreed that the others may surrender, but Yifei must die. Kill. Roar. Following the orders of the 10 shamans, the entire starry sky was filled with the roars of countless ancient desolate beasts. Following that, an endless beast horde suddenly erupted, forming a dark torrent that threatened to destroy the impregnable pass. Fight for ourselves and for our families. Yifei waved his arm, and the entire impregnable human pass was instantly filled with the angry roars of countless warriors. Under the control of the martial gods, the powerful sun warships were the first to charge out of the impregnable pass and towards the endless number of ancient desolate beasts. Hold the heaven and earth sacrifice to remove their curse. Gongzhu led 100,000 shamans and suddenly performed a ritual together. At the same time, they performed a sacrificial ritual. The materials they sacrificed were magic crystals, spirit veins, various treasures, and divine materials. Although it was not as effective as slaughtering living beings, the endless amount of treasures and the enormous power of heaven and earth still swarmed over. It then turned into a sky full of light rain, falling into the beast horde outside the impregnable pass. Many powerful, ancient, desolate beasts that were originally under the control of the shamans were instantly freed from their control. They opened their dazed eyes. When they saw that they were in a battlefield, these ancient, desolate beasts immediately fled in all directions in panic. After all, ancient, desolate beasts were intelligent. They would not be willing to be enslaved and become cannon fodder on the battlefield. As Gongzhu led the shamans to perform the ritual, the beast horde that was charging towards the impregnable pass like a tidal wave suddenly became chaotic. Soon, it was completely chaotic. On the sun warships, the martial gods of the human god palace and heavenly god palace immediately took this opportunity to kill all the shamans who were hiding in the beast horde and trying to attack the impregnable pass secretly. Gongzhu, you bunch of traitors. Outside the impregnable pass, Autumn Phoenix shamans' exasperated roar could be heard. They had let the desolate beasts be the vanguard because they did not want their people to suffer too many casualties. However, as Yifei led 100,000 shaman traders and fled into the impregnable pass, the shaman tribe's proven cannon fodder of the beast horde suddenly became useless. This also made the martial emperors and demigods who were nervous and fearful at the impregnable pass cheer excitedly. In the face of these cheers, the human god and heavenly god were gratified, but their expressions were still grave. Even if we block the beast horde, there is still the puppet army of a shaman tribe behind us. The shaman tribe, the golden shaman, and the sorcerer god will take action. Of course, we are not afraid of these. After all, it has been more than 100,000 years. The shaman tribe's methods are still unable to break through this impregnable pass. What I am afraid of is that once Dark Lord takes action, who can stop him? Even if we can, who will have the energy to stop the 10 martial gods of the shaman tribe? The heavenly god's tone was very sorrowful. Spectators, after all, compared to the shaman tribe that had a heavenly master in charge, the overall strength of the human tribe was still too weak. Even with the help of the demon emperor and Gongzhu, they could at most stop 2 sorcerer gods. As for the rest, they would have to use the lives of the other upper-level martial gods to block them. However, even if they could block them, once all the upper-level martial gods of the human tribe died, the sorcerer gods would still be able to break into the impregnable pass and easily slaughter the martial gods and demigods. No matter how you look at it, we are more likely to lose than win. Unless someone can stop the 10 sorcerer gods in one breath. Why don't I go? Heavenly God and Heavenly God, you and Wang Bai go and stop Dark Lord. I will kill the other sorcerer gods. Yi Fei made up his mind and thought of a plan that was not a plan. The human god and Heavenly God were shocked. It won't work even if we join forces with Wang Bai. We are not confident that we can stop Dark Lord for too long. Leave those sorcerer gods to me. Suddenly, a mighty and loud voice came from behind the three of them. It sounded very familiar. They turned their heads and saw 4 powerful figures walking out of the teleportation gate that Yi Fei had built. The 3 martial gods of the Array faction. It's you. You didn't die. The human god and Heavenly God looked at the 3 powerful upper-level martial gods in shock. They were Tian Jinzi, Di Jinzi, and the resurrected Array fairy. However, what they possessed was not a physical body, but a body that was formed purely from the formation of a formation. In front of them, Wang Bai, who was dressed in white, looked at the battlefield outside the impregnable pass with a grave expression. Finally, we are back to this familiar battlefield. Chapter 1948. Without giving the others a chance to dissuade him, Wang Bai rushed out of the impregnable pass. His appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. It couldn't be helped. A human with 4 eyebrows was too rare. Moreover, Wang Bai was wearing a snow-white robe. This immediately attracted the attention of the 10 sorcerer gods. Then, these sorcerer gods widened their eyes in disbelief. Is that the previous human emperor, Commander Gao? Did you recognize him wrongly? Wasn't that old scoundrel killed by Dark Lord a long time ago? It can't be wrong. Those damn 4 eyebrows. We can recognize him even if he turns into ashes. Boom! With the appearance of Wang Bai, countless gold sorcerers in the originally quiet sorcerer tribe army roared furiously. It couldn't be helped. Among all the human emperors, Wang Bai had cheated the sorcerer tribe the most. He had cheated the sorcerer tribe to death without paying with his life. This was no joke. When they saw Wang Bai, even after hundreds of thousands of years, the 10 sorcerer gods were collectively enraged. Their eyes turned red, as if they had seen the murderer of their father. In the face of so many strong enemies, Wang Bai suddenly put his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky. He let out a long sigh. Sigh. My mistake in this life is that I'm too handsome and too outstanding. That's why I've attracted so many jealous gazes. What should I do? I'm too outstanding. What a sin. When Wang Bai's narcissistic words came out, not only did the roaring sorcerer gods fall silent, but even Yi Fei was infuriated. He suddenly had the urge to beat someone up. The first to be enraged was sorcerer goddess Autumn Phoenix. This female sorcerer goddess was so agitated by Wang Bai that she screamed, "Wang Bai, I'm going to kill you." Yes, kill him. He may not be the strongest human emperor, but he's the most shameless and deserves a beating. Kill him, count me in. After a moment of silence, the 10 sorcerer gods of the sorcerer tribe rushed out. They were all gnashing their teeth, as if they had a death feud with Wang Bai for stealing their wives and daughters. Yi Fei had never seen someone who could attract so much hatred. Wang Bai had only gone out to show his face, but he had already attracted the attention of 10 sorcerer gods. However, Wang Bai's actions still allowed the humans to heave a huge sigh of relief. Without the threat of the sorcerer god, the beast tide outside had also descended into chaos. The human gods and heaven gods immediately took hold of the opportunity. As they waved their flags, the army of martial gods and martial monarchs charged out of the pass. Attack! Charge into the impregnable pass. Rule the human race. Inside the sorcerer tribe, countless gold sorcerers were roaring. Since the sorcerer god wasn't around, they immediately became the commanders of the battlefield. Countless sorcerers gathered around them. Countless mental nebulas exploded in the void, forming terrifying rays of bronze, silver, and gold that tore the void apart. This caused the entire world to tremble. Boom! The weapon sorcerers were the first to move out, and they were still using the battle puppets that they were most proficient in. Under the control of the sorcerers, Thousands of giant puppets that were thousands of meters tall suddenly appear between the heavens and the earth. Many bronze sorcerers and silver sorcerers stood on top of these stone statues and activated their sorcery as they charged towards the impregnable pass. Charge! Fight for the sovereign! Seeing this, Gongzhu roared furiously. Suddenly, an even larger sorcerer god stone statue walked out of the impregnable pass. This was the stone statue that was controlled by the great divine palace. At this moment, Gongzhu had joined forces with many great sorcerers to refine it into a terrifying killing machine on the battlefield. With a loud boom, the sorcerer god stone statue punched forward with its huge fist. The void exploded from the punch. The giant puppets that had just charged forward were instantly torn apart like pieces of paper. No one knew how many sorcerers there were as the fragments exploded. Gongzhu, you traitors! The sorcerer god has ordered us to kill them all. Charge over and kill them all. Some gold sorcerers who were comparable to upper-level martial gods rushed over from afar. Many of them stood on the giant puppets' heads and released various powerful sorcery spells. In the end, these sorcery spells gathered into intense and dazzling divine light of the heavens and earth. They were densely packed and crushed towards the sorcerer godstone statue of the great divine palace. Come, charge over and protect the stone statue. Suddenly, the figures of Di Fan, Shui Yu, Dongfang Yu, and the others appeared around the stone statue. All the martial artists of the human emperor palace rushed out and climbed up the giant puppet's legs and arms to kill the sorcerers who were controlling the giant puppets. Sorcery spell, Thousand Summons Kill. Countless silver-skinned sorcerers on the giant puppets stood up with cold smiles on their faces. They combined their spiritual energy and suddenly caused the gravity in the surroundings to sink by more than 1,000 times. At the same time, they suppressed the martial artists from approaching. Countless sorcerer Dao lights had already shone on the dozen or so martial artists who had rushed up first. The demigod experts were smashed into pieces. Even their divine souls were shattered. The martial artists standing on the giant puppets cheered for their victory. They did not notice that a huge sun warship had appeared in the starry sky in an instant. The sun that was dragging behind the sun warship crashed into the giant puppets. Bang! The cheering martial artists and the giant puppets were instantly melted by the sun warship's high temperature and impact. Blazing blood sprayed across the sky. Then there was another powerful explosion. Some golden sorcerers joined forces to cast a strange sorcery spell, which allowed them to break through the sun warship's defensive light barrier. They charged onto the sun warship and instantly killed a lower martial god who was controlling the warship. On another warship, a middle-aged martial god suddenly burst into tears and roared in grief. The lower martial god who was killed was his only son. The martial god let out a furious roar. The immense grief made him abandon his warship and charge toward the warship beside him. However, before he could get close, the sorcerers had already summoned countless meteors from the starry sky. They instantly smashed the martial god into ashes. This is war. This is the cruelest slaughter in the world. Yi Fei was not far away. He had personally witnessed the death of the martial god realm's father and son. His heart was filled with sorrow, but his murderous intent soon surged. He did not use any weapon. He only reached out his hand and gathered the scattered starlight into a giant palm before slamming it at the two Megas battleships. The sorcerer's warships slammed over. Two huge flames exploded in the starry sky. Yi Fei's palm had turned all the sorcerers on the two warships into dust. Yi Fei, it's Sovereign Yi. The sovereign has ordered that whoever kills him will be rewarded and become a sorcerer god. Kill him. Chapter 1950. Heavenly Emperor He laughed. His sword fingers became even more terrifying. Formidable mental strength and true essence divine force appeared on Heavenly Emperor He's body. Kill! Heavenly Emperor He's cold roar echoed throughout the starry sky. In the ancient era, he had once transformed into the heaven-abandoning great emperor and traveled the martial sky continent for a long time. He had visited countless sects and seen countless martial arts. In the end, he had combined the strengths of various sects and created the Sky Destroyer sword. After the ancient era, he had possessed divine sword Zhao and traveled the starry sky. He had entered the human battlefield and perfected the Sky Destroyer sword. He had raised this martial art from a martial emperor's ultimate technique to a sovereign-level cultivation technique. The power of such a Sky Destroyer sword was undoubtedly even more terrifying. In the end, any martial art could only display its greatest power if it was created by oneself. Heavenly Empyrean He was like this. Although he used an earthly Empyrean cultivation technique, the aura he gave Yi Fei was even more vigorous than an Empyrean cultivation technique. A great sense of dread and crisis appeared in Yi Fei's heart. At this moment, he had fallen into a frenzy. The 8 extreme heavenly dragon and dual heaven phaseless tribulation struck out at the same time. Together with a myriad heavenly stars' palm, he was barely able to shatter the Sky Destroyer sword. Interesting. This world clearly doesn't have an Empyrean, but you were able to obtain a true Empyrean cultivation technique. Unfortunately, even if you have an Empyrean cultivation technique, even if you obtain an Empyrean source, you will never be able to break through to the Empyrean realm. This world doesn't allow an Empyrean to appear. Since there are no Empyreans, how could you lowly commoners know how terrifying an Empyrean is? Kill. The killing intent that filled the starry sky became even more terrifying. There was no need to deliberately stimulate it. The surging killing intent had already turned into a torrential sword river. Heavenly Empyrean He once again used the Sky Destroyer sword. An intense bloody sword light tore the world in half. It even split the entire battlefield in half. Facing this sword light, even the strongest earthly Empyrean would feel despair. Yi Fei also felt fear and despair in his heart. Yi Fei, you can do it. However, just as he was in despair, Zhao Yu was holding Xiao Qiao in her arms and shouting at the top of her lungs. Beside her were Lu Qing, Shan Luo, Ling Siki, and many other women from the Tianling continent. They were also bathed in blood. They killed until their bodies were covered in blood, and they killed until they disregarded their own lives. Suddenly, a few young girls joined forces to block an approaching silver-skinned magus. They didn't say anything, only smiling as they self-destructed. Boom! Between heaven and earth, a dozen brilliant and sorrowful blood flowers appeared. Even the dragon turtle couldn't help but let out a sorrowful roar. Together with the blood demon martial god, it suddenly turned into a gigantic blood flood dragon and a Bashya ferocious demon. They were like 2 terrifying primordial demon monarchs that covered the girl's retreat. Yi Fei's soul. The entire human race is fighting. What reason do I have to be afraid? What reason do I have to be in despair? Since he was the human sovereign, he should fight for the human race to the end. He won't rest until he dies. Blazing purple-gold light erupted from Yi Fei's body. At this moment, he suddenly activated his demigod divine soul. Then, without hesitation, he triggered his own martial god heavenly tribulation. Boom! Above the bloody and tragic battlefield, a terrifying heavenly tribulation cloud suddenly appeared. It instantly locked onto Yi Fei and also locked on a Dark Lord, who was standing in the same sky as Yi Fei. In an instant, the heavenly tribulation had already formed purple lightning dragons. One after another, they emerged from the void and attacked Yi Fei and Dark Lord. Heavenly tribulation. This was the method Yi Fei used to block the Annihilation Sword. However, at this moment, a trace of pity, coldness, and mockery appeared on Dark Lord's face. You lowly commoners of the lower realm are the most pitiful group of people. You don't even know that the sky above your heads is actually fake. The heavenly tribulation you triggered is also fake. Heavenly tribulation. Kill Death Demonic Spear. The sword light that filled the sky suddenly changed and turned into a death demonic spear that was filled with darkness and terror. The black spear tip released a boundless divine demon's might and forcefully pierced through the heavenly tribulation. Bang! Even the heavenly tribulation's might couldn't withstand the heavenly venerate's might. Either the heavenly venerate's battle prowess was too terrifying, or as Dark Lord had said, this world was fake, and the heavenly tribulation was just an insignificant fake heavenly tribulation. But even if this world is fake, the people here are real. We have blood, we have flesh, we have pain, we have laughter. This is our home. This is the sky and earth that gave birth to me and raised me. I will never allow you so-called people from the heavenly realm to destroy all of this. You will destroy the beauty in my heart. Fight. Fight for the human race. Fight for this world. Yi Fei's fighting spirit was wild. Without the heavenly tribulation, he had successfully broken through to the martial god realm. This made his divine soul even more powerful. Suddenly, he displayed the 8-level heavenly dragon and the endless heaven phaseless tribulation again. These two earthly venerable realm martial techniques overlapped and attacked Dark Lord. Boom! At this moment, Yi Fei's golden divine treasure was completely ignited. His mental strength whistled and formed a scarlet golden blood sword. It shattered the void and slashed towards Dark Lord. Dark Lord's eyes flashed with surprise, as expected of a natural, true spirit warrior. If you were placed in the heavenly realm, you would be considered a genius. Unfortunately, you were born in an abandoned world. Even more unfortunate is that you offended an Empyrean that you couldn't afford to offend. This Empyrean is standing right here, receiving your attack from an ant. His eyes flashed with ridicule. In Dark Lord's eyes, Yi Fei wasn't even human. At most, he was just a slightly stronger ant on the ground. In front of Yi Fei, he was a high and mighty god. His aura could swallow the galaxy and suppress gods and demons. Roar! At this moment, Yi Fei's 8-level heavenly dragon and the endless heaven phaseless tribulation both attacked forward. Dark Lord didn't move. He was like an emperor looking down on a beggar. He shook his head in arrogance and disdain and said, "Ant, how about it? You can't even move this Empyrean's body. What qualifications do you have to fight this Empyrean with that laughable golden blood sword of yours?" Chi. Yi Fei didn't speak. He only used all his strength to tightly grip the golden blood sword in his hand and thrust it towards Dark Lord's throat. The golden blood sword smoothly stabbed into heavenly venerate Hei's neck. However, at that moment, a finger instantly blocked the tip of the golden blood sword. Chapter 1951. Yi Fei, why aren't you kneeling before me and begging me to end your lowly life? Empyrean roared. With a light push of his injured finger, the golden blood sword that Yi Fei had condensed from burning the entire golden divine trove shattered like a mirror. Then, Empyrean flicked his finger, and Yi Fei was sent flying away like a cannonball, causing countless cracks to appear in the starry skies. However, Empyrean didn't plan to let Yi Fei off like this. He pointed 2 fingers at Yi Fei and used the annihilation sky sword once more. Bang! A massive sword light ruthlessly stabbed into Yi Fei's body. The formidable striking power of an earthly Empyrean cultivation method caused the surrounding starry skies to explode, revealing a terrifying void. Even though his mortal body was at the level of a half-step exalt artifact, it still caused Yi Fei to suffer heavy injuries. Kill! But he didn't give up. As the human sovereign, he naturally had to fight until his last breath for humanity. He had to shed his last drop of blood. Moreover, Empyrean's lofty attitude was something that Yi Fei loathed. Empyrean, you are nothing more than a pitiful worm that escaped from the heavenly realm. That's right, we cannot compare to the heavenly realm, but at the very least, we are not greedy for life, unafraid of death, unafraid of battle, unyielding. In this world, there is no one nobler than us. Endless stars bloomed in his hands. This time, Yi Fei didn't hold back at all. In a single breath, he struck out over 30 palms of stars. This was already his limit, But this limit also caused the world to change color. Giant palms of stars turned into meteors. As they shattered the annihilation sky sword, they also smashed towards Dark Empyrean's body. They rushed over. Dark Empyrean fiendishly grinned. The sword fingers in his hand suddenly turned into spear fingers. He pointed at the void, and the entire void began to explode, creating countless black holes that completely swallowed up Yi Fei's giant palms of stars. Ants, look carefully. This is the strength of an Empyrean. This is the strength that lowly commoners of the lower realms will never be able to possess in their entire lives. That's not necessarily true. Empyreans are also humans. Since you can cultivate to become an Empyrean, why can't we cultivate to become Empyreans? Could it be that we are inferior to a greedy old dog like you? Boom! Countless resplendent fist lights exploded in the starry skies. Even the black hole formed by Empyrean darkness spear finger was blown apart. That was the human god fist, the deity's strongest attack. Shock and anger flashed across Empyrean darkness's face. Human divinity, you clearly know that Yi Fei is lying to you. He simply doesn't know the method to enter the heavenly realm. The only one who can bring you into the heavenly realm is my true self. So why did you attack him? Why? Because we are also the leaders of the human race. Perhaps we are old. Perhaps we have lost the ambition of our youth. However, Empyrean darkness, don't underestimate us lower realm people. The Empyrean god roared furiously. He wielded the eternal spear, and at the same time that the human god destroyed the black holes, the Empyrean god charged forward. Yi Fei was shocked. Beside him, Ren Shun roared. What are you spacing out for? Didn't you say that you wanted us to show our courage? Hurry up and attack. Yi Fei looked at the human god in shock. But the human god didn't say anything, only nodding indifferently. In fact, when Wang Bai appeared, they already knew that Yi Fei had no way to enter the heavenly realm. Empyrean darkness's promise had also shaken them. But in the end, when they saw countless humans bathed in blood and slaughter, when they saw that Yi Fei would rather die in battle than lower his head to Empyrean darkness, the human god and Empyrean god were greatly moved. It was also this feeling that ignited their hot blood, arousing their long-dormant courage. Fight! The man celestial let out a berserk roar as he completely activated his berserk divine body. His combat strength instantly doubled. The light of the man's celestial fist became as intense as the sun as it charged towards heavenly venerate darkness. Fight! The Empyrean god also roared to the heavens. As he rushed towards Empyrean darkness, his entire body fused together with the eternal spear. At this moment, the world no longer existed. All that remained was an eternal existence that rushed towards his enemy. Fight! Seeing the fighting spirit of the human god and Empyrean god, Yi Fei's fighting spirit ignited once more. He didn't care that his entire body was drenched in blood. The golden divine treasury opened once more. Stars of the heavens. Bang! Terrifying spiritual strength condensed the light of countless stars, dyeing the starry skies golden. It also turned Yi Fei's hair and eyes into a golden color. He was like an undefeated golden war god. Yi Fei, the human god, and Empyrean god all rushed towards Empyrean darkness. The attacks of three supreme being level powerhouses. Finally, the starry skies outside the human battlefield completely exploded. At this time, Empyrean darkness stood in the shattered starry skies. His expression revealed a rare, dignified look, followed by a thick sense of disdain and ridicule. Do you know what is the most pitiful thing about an ant? It is that you clearly don't have the strength, but you still hope to shake that insurmountable mountain. Lowly commoners will always be lowly commoners. Even if all of you attack together, so what? The strength of an Empyrean surpasses your imagination. Death Demon Spear. Kill for me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The shattered starry skies violently shook 3 times. Then, a pitch-black demon spear was summoned from the void by Empyrean darkness. Kill. Empyrean darkness brandished the demon spear. The terrifying spear light was even more terrifying than a heavenly Tao martial tribulation. Not only did the spear shatter the eternal kingdom, but it also pierced through the Empyrean god who was one with the spear. He was lifted into the air by the demon spear and then tossed into the starry skies like a rag. Kill. Empyrean darkness brandished the demon spear once more. Between the heavens and earth, a black divine dragon formed from spear light appeared. This divine dragon swung its massive tail. Not only did it shatter the human god's fist light, but it also shattered the human god's most solid divine fist. Kill. Finally, Empyrean darkness brandished the demon spear. The spear was like a soaring dragon. The sharp spear edge was like a dragon's tooth. It instantly shattered the stars and then bit down on Yi Fei's body. Gotcha! Even though Yi Fei had a quasi-immediate artifact body, he was still bitten by the dragon's tooth. Beneath the fresh blood, cracks appeared on his bones. The Empyrean god has been defeated. The human god has been defeated. Ren Wang, Yi has also been defeated. A complete and miserable defeat. Facing such a powerful Empyrean darkness, who could stop him? Who would dare to stop him? The martial gods of the human tribe, who had been full of fighting spirit just a moment ago, fell into great panic and deep despair at this moment. Chapter 1952. Some of the merciless sorcerers didn't even let go of those who had died in the battle. They cast vicious curses and began to resurrect the dead, turning them into the most indifferent corpse puppets to serve as cannon fodder and consume the energy of the volcanic god cannon. Suddenly, there was a loud crashing sound coming from the top of the impregnable pass. It was a gold-ranked great magus who had sacrificed the heaven and earth to summon a magnificent spiritual bridge. It was like a ladder that was used to attack the city. The bronze-ranked great magi and silver-ranked great magi who were waiting below shouted and charged into the impregnable pass through these spiritual bridges. It's over. The impregnable pass of the human race is over. The human race is completely doomed. Inevitably, some warriors began to waver. Facing the unfavorable situation, the Son of Man God retreated in fear, becoming the first deserter on the battlefield. The severely injured Son of Man God was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood and let out an angry roar. Then, a bright sword light suddenly pierced through his head and nailed him to the starry sky. It was Wang Bai. Wang Bai had fought 10 sorcerer gods by himself, and his body was covered in blood. Even his 4 eyebrows had turned bloody. He had been hit by countless sorcerer spells, and countless bloody holes had appeared on his body. However, Wang Bai's aura was still strong. Behind him were the ferocious gods and the merciful devils. No deserters in a war of extermination. For our families, for our homeland, we will fight to the death. Where's my battle robe? Yes, your majesty. The vice palace master, who was holding the emperor's robe, staggered into the air. One of his arms had been chopped off, and half of his body had been smashed. However, the emperor's robe in his hands was spotless and holy like the sun and moon. Following Wang Bai's roar, the emperor's robe suddenly turned into a ray of light and covered Wang Bai's body. It also knocked away all the sorcerers who were nearby. Where's my weapon? Wang Bai roared again in the emperor robe. The vice palace lord holding the emperor's sword, covered in blood and with 10 arrows in his back, suddenly charged out of the crowd of sorcerers and threw out the emperor's sword. Your majesty, take this. Kill. Wang Bai held the emperor's sword. His 4 eyebrows and dragon whiskers suddenly trembled. The glorious emperor sword suddenly burst out with a terrifying divine light that had never been seen before in Wang Bai's hand. With a poof, it beheaded Grand Venerable Ash Sickle, who was the slowest to retreat. Where's my seal? Holding the human sovereign sword in one hand and the sorcerer god's head in the other, Wang Bai suddenly shouted again. However, the one who appeared was not the deputy grand master holding the seal, but his disciple Lu Li. Lu Li held the bloody seal of the human sovereign with a sorrowful face and knelt in the air, crying loudly. Wang Bai's powerful eyes trembled violently. Next, he let out a roar of grief as he grabbed the human emperor's seal with his bare hands. The seal flipped over and shattered the heavens, earth, and stars. An area of several tens of thousands of meters was smashed into smithereens by the human emperor's seal. At this moment, Wang Bai looked at the martial gods and roared sorrowfully. Now, who else wants to retreat? The emperor of the human Tao. The emperor cleaved the thistles and thorns and opened up the wilderness. Myriad Tao reigned supreme. Human Tao reigned supreme. This is a human. This is the Ren Huang. Now, who else wants to fight? Who else dares to fight? Yi Fei had never seen such a confident and strong Wang Bai before. Wang Bai was always grinning mischievously and looked like he deserved a beating. Perhaps this is Wang Bai's true colors. I finally understand why he can be the Ren Huang and why Tian Jinzi and the three martial gods would follow him to their deaths. Wiping the blood off his mouth, Yi Fei staggered to his feet again. He shouted coldly, "I dare to fight. Why not?" The human immortal was covered in blood, and his eyes were filled with madness. "Fine. I'd rather die in a bloody battle than live in humiliation." The human immortal clenched his broken spear, full of killing intent. "Fight!" The Nephilim Emperor swallowed heaven and earth. He turned into a black sun and dashed toward the sorcerer gods. "Fight!" Tian Jinzi, Di Jinzi, and Formation Fairy, the three martial gods, once again abandoned their formations and charged toward one of the sorcerer gods. "Fight!" It was quiet for a few breaths. All of a sudden, the entire starry sky was filled with the roars of countless warriors. Both humans and aliens burst out with the strongest fighting spirit. They charged forward one after another. They swore not to retreat. At the front, Di Fan, the army of destruction, Dong Fengyu, and Shuiyu were all in a frenzy. On the other side, the Grand Principal, Tian Fa, Quasi-Emperor, Lu Li, and Wu Gang were all madly charging toward the sorcerer gods. "Sisters, follow me." Ling Xiyu was domineering. She covered her injured arm and suddenly led all the girls of the Tianling continent out of the impregnable pass. Behind her were Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, Shanluo, and countless female martial emperors and martial gods. Many of them were shattered by the light of Magus spells the moment they rushed out. However, even more girls rushed out from the impregnable stronghold of the human race. In the end, even Xiao Chao carried the god-lashing whip and rushed out with tears in his eyes. The dragon turtle and blood demon were so frightened that they hurriedly surrounded Xiao Chao, afraid that something would happen to this little ancestor. Crazy, these lowly commoners from the lower worlds are crazy. You're not afraid of death. You're not afraid of death. A trace of shock flashed in Empyrean Darkness's eyes. But soon this shock turned into the most terrifying killing intent. "Very good. Since you all want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. In any case, this is the lower realms. So what if I kill all of you lowly commoners?" "Kill." Death Demon Spear. Boom. The demon spear illuminated the world. The furious Lord of Darkness didn't even care about the lives of the sorcerers around him. He activated the demon spear, and a terrifying suction force came from the demon spear, instantly sucking the nearby sorcerers into dry corpses. After absorbing a large amount of life force, the demon spear's power became even more terrifying. "Kill." Lord of Darkness waved the demon spear, and a terrifying spear light formed a dark light of destruction. It enveloped Yi Fei, Man God, Sky God, and Wang Bai. "Fight!" Wang Bai's face was as cold as ice, and his will was as firm as iron. With the help of the human emperor's three treasures, he instantly transformed into the undefeated human emperor of ancient times. "Fight!" At this moment, Man God and Sky God also ignited their divine bodies and stimulated their greatest strength. With madness and bloodthirst, they slaughtered their way forward. "Fight!" Yi Fei revealed a resolute expression. However, he didn't rush forward to fight alongside the three of them. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and opened his divine soul. At the same time, he completely activated the War God Tao and War Demon Tao that he hadn't used in a long time. Lord of Darkness didn't care about Wang Bai and the others. His eyes were locked onto Yi Fei. He stared at Yi Fei's body and sensed that familiar and terrifying aura of despair. No, stop. When he realized what Yi Fei was planning to do, even someone as strong as Lord of Darkness felt a bit of fear. The demon spear in his hand danced even more violently. It was like a hurricane that tore through the starry skies. He only hoped to instantly kill Yi Fei. Wang Bai, man god, and heavenly god's hearts violently trembled. They seemed to realize what Yi Fei was about to release. However, they didn't retreat. After the initial shock, what was revealed was madness. Chapter 1953. All of you get out of my way. Emperor Darkness was enraged to the point of madness. His dark demon spear turned into an incomparably terrifying shadow that pierced through the void, instantly piercing through the bodies of the human god and heavenly god. If it was in the past, the deities and celestial deities would have retreated after suffering such injuries. They would have selfishly preserved their strength. But now, it didn't retreat. They had no way out. Facing the strongest Empyrean in this world, they could either die in battle or submit humbly. And as the temple masters of Human God Temple and Heavenly God Temple, the two strongest commanders of humanity's impregnable pass, the human god and heavenly god, clearly wouldn't submit in humiliation. Thus, the only thing left for them was to fight to the death. Fight! The human god and heavenly god roared together. The human god's body suddenly went berserk. He used his bare hands to grab the dark demon spear that had pierced into his body. The heavenly god also took advantage of this opportunity. Ignoring his injuries, he released his eternal kingdom. Like a world, it swallowed up another world. He forcibly pulled the dark, exalted celestial and the heavenly god into his eternal kingdom. Then, their gazes turned to Wang Bai. Now is the time. They roared. Kill! Wang Bai roared. Like an enraged divine dragon, he brandished the human sovereign sword in his hands. Resplendent sword light flashed, like a glorious chapter in humanity's history. Brambles and thistles, opening up the wilderness, interpreting the magnificent human civilization, the golden age of martial arts. The human sovereign sword instantly cut down on Empyrean Darkness's body. The terror of the human sovereign sword finally cut through Empyrean Darkness's protective divine light. A bloody wound appeared on his body. But then, Empyrean Darkness furiously abandoned the dark demon spear. He condensed his fist light and punched out with 3 terrifying beams of dark light. The fist radiance created a huge hole in the kingdom of eternity. The human god and heavenly god both vomited blood. They were sent flying tens of thousands of meters away, breaking through countless starry sky barriers. But the most miserable one was Wang Bai. Even though he had used the human sovereign sword to attack, he had still withstood at least 70% of Empyrean Darkness's Fist of Darkness. When the Dark Fist arrived, the starry sky within tens of thousands of meters around Wang Bai exploded. Pung! Since the beginning of time, the human sovereign's 3 treasures had never been damaged. But at the same time, cracks began to appear on them. If Empyrean Darkness were to attack Wang Bai's body again, even if Wang Bai didn't die, he would still be severely wounded. However, many sorcerer gods were shocked and confused. Heavenly Venerate Darkness had clearly injured Wang Bai, the man god, and the sky celestial. However, he didn't seem to care about them at all. He was flustered and exasperated as he rushed over to Wang Bai and the others to kill Yi Fei. What's going on with the Sky Sovereign? A great opportunity is right in front of him, but he actually ignored the previous mortal emperor. I don't know, but compared to killing Wang Bai, Empyrean Darkness seems to be more anxious to kill Yi Fei. Crazy. These human earthly venerables are really crazy. They actually dare to step forward and block heavenly venerable darkness. The madness of Wang Bai and the other 2 caused the 9 sorcerer gods to widen their eyes in horror. What were they seeing? They saw that the man god's arm had been forcefully blown apart by Empyrean Darkness. Even so, The man-god continued to fight to the death. As if he had gone mad, he tangled with Empyrean darkness. They saw that the sky celestial had 3 bull-sized holes in his chest. His bones and organs were corroded by darkness, emitting a rotting aura. But the sky celestial suddenly transformed into a strange, half-human, half-dragon dragon man. The eternal divine spear that had long since been broken also transformed into a single the broken dragon horn stabbed at the dark exalted celestial lord. However, the most terrifying of all was Wang Bai. As the once invincible human sovereign, Wang Bai, who wielded the 3 sovereign treasures, was far too terrifying. With the human sovereign sword in one hand, he could cut apart the heavens and earth. With the human sovereign seal in the other, he could destroy the stars and starry skies. And yet, he was able to force Empyrean darkness to continuously retreat. You bunch of lowly mortals from the lower realms, you have truly angered me. Pung! The ancient human sovereign seal suddenly exploded from middle. Empyrean darkness's anger surged like a bull, his anger shattering the starry skies. He condensed the light of darkness and punched out with a fist of darkness. That terrifying fist light swallowed up all light. It also enveloped Wang Bai, the man-god, and the sky celestial in this terrifying darkness. The man-god and sky celestial's complexions turned deathly pale. Wang Bai's cold eyes also revealed deep shock. Yi Fei, we can't hold on any longer. Boom! What answered Wang Bai was an earth-shattering explosion. Then the entire world suddenly became incomparably oppressive. An unprecedented, terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped the entire starry skies. All powerhouses at the martial god realm and above vomited blood when faced with this terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. They had no choice but to flee from this terrifying starry skies. But soon, they were horrified to discover that no matter how far they fled, the invisible heavenly Tao pressure was like a demon god that ruthlessly suppressed their hearts. Wah! Some of the martial gods were unable to withstand the pressure and vomited blood on the spot. Their eyes were filled with terror. The martial gods present had all experienced the heavenly tribulation before. However, they had never heard of a heavenly tribulation that could cause a martial god to vomit blood just by emitting the aura of the heavenly Tao. Only an earthly highness like Wang Bai knew what Yi Fei's heavenly tribulation meant. It was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was a true heavenly Tao tribulation that Yi Fei had condensed after merging the 8th despair force. This heavenly tribulation did not originate from the underworld realm, but from the heaven realm. Rumble. When the flickering 7-colored lightning tore through the sky and appeared in this starry sky, Wang Bai's expression changed greatly. The man-god and sky celestial's expressions changed greatly too. Dark Sky Lord's complexion turned ashen. Damned peasant, you didn't even have the slightest bit of preparation. You actually dared to attract the most terrifying true heavenly Tao tribulation of the heaven realm. Die for me. Boom. The terrifying fist light brought with it endless darkness as it shot towards Yi Fei, wanting to kill Yi Fei. However, Yi Fei did not move at all. Instead, his body burned with a resplendent purple-gold divine light. At the same time, he pointed his middle finger at the sky with endless contempt, causing the heavenly Tao's greatest fury. The heavenly Tao tore through the barrier. At the end of the void, 5 terrifying 7-colored lightning bolts descended almost immediately. The man-god and sky celestial almost fainted from fright. Even when they faced the earthly highness tribulation, they only attracted the purple lightning bolts. However, Yi Fei's 8th despair heavenly tribulation actually attracted the legendary 7-colored lightning bolts. Before the 7-colored lightning bolts struck Yi Fei, Empyrean Darkness's fist was so frightened that he quickly retracted it and roared towards the void. Empyrean Darkness was the strongest existence in this world. When the true heavenly Tao tribulation appeared, the first target to attack was Yi Fei and Empyrean Darkness. Evil creature, I want you to die. I want you to die 10,000 times. Chapter 1954. Rumble. True Heavenly Tao Tribulation. This was the heavenly tribulation of the heavenly realm. It was different from the fake heavenly tribulation of the earth realm. This was the true heavenly Tao tribulation. Just the might of a single heavenly tribulation was equivalent to the total energy of the fake heavenly tribulations of the earth realm. This was also the reason why Dark Empyrean was so terrified when he discovered that Yi Fei was beginning to fuse with the power of despair for the 8th time. Because, in the end, the path of despair was brought down by Dark Empyrean from the heavenly realm. But for some reason, even Dark Empyrean didn't dare to cultivate it. Instead, he viciously spread it to the human race. Dark Empyrean's original intention was to use the human race to test whether this cultivation path was correct or not. Because of this, countless human geniuses had died tragically on the path of despair. But what Dark Empyrean never imagined was that someone had actually succeeded in cultivating this path of despair. First, it was Du Tian. Now it was Yi Fei. Kill. I will kill you. I will tear you to pieces. Everyone who cultivates the path of despair must die. Dark Empyrean went berserk. He brandished his fist of darkness. That fist light seemed like martial arts and sorcery, but it was stronger than martial arts and more powerful than sorcery. Rumble. As Dark Empyrean punched, the rainbow-colored divine lightning that tore through the barrier of the heavenly realm was completely shattered by Dark Empyrean. Wang Bai, deity, and deity's complexions became extremely ugly. Even the true heavenly Tao tribulation can't injure Dark Empyrean. What's the point of sacrificing so much in the end? Deity and deity's expressions were miserable. In order to stop Dark Empyrean, they had exhausted all their strength. If they still couldn't kill Dark Empyrean, then not only would they be finished, but the entire human race would also be finished. Hearing their words, Yi Fei's complexion became solemn. He shook his head and said, "No, the human race won't be finished. As long as I'm still alive, as long as I'm still breathing, I will definitely kill Dark Empyrean and end this great war. I want to fight." Roar. Within the rumbling rainbow-colored divine lightning, the roar of a heavenly dragon came. Seeing that the rainbow-colored divine lightning couldn't do anything to Dark Empyrean, Yi Fei steeled his heart. He ignored the heavenly tribulation above. Kill. 8 heavenly dragon. Bang. Before the 6 heavenly dragons of laws could tear through the void, another terrifying bolt of 7-colored lightning fell from the sky. As it shattered the heavenly dragons, it also split open Yi Fei's flesh, turning him pitch black. Fight! Yi Fei's body was knocked askew by the divine lightning. However, he didn't fall. He clenched his teeth and continued to stride forward. Then, he extended a finger toward the dark heavenly lord. Du Tian, formless tribulation. Boom! A total of 10 astonishing finger lights erupted from Yi Fei's hand, causing the void to violently tremble. It was like a world-destroying divine finger, causing Empyrean darkness to jump in fright. But soon, Empyrean darkness sneered with disdain. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner. So what if you attract heavenly Tao tribulation? I'm an Empyrean. I have enough strength to last until the heavenly tribulation passes. But what about you? Can a lowly commoner like you withstand it? There's no need for me to make a move. You will be struck to death by the endless divine lightning. Bang! As he spoke, another bolt of 7-colored lightning ruthlessly smashed into Yi Fei's body. He couldn't bear it any longer and let out a pained roar. Blood flowed out from Yi Fei's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Yi Fei half-knelt on the ground. He clenched his teeth and roared out. He stood up once more. As he strode forwards, his hands that were so black that white bones could be seen viciously grasped out in front of him. Myriad heavens, palm of the stars. Bang! Yi Fei roared out. His palms were like mountains and rivers, like the heavens and earth. They covered the void, condensing stars as he continued to attack Empyrean darkness. This scene caused the hearts of many to tremble. Even the sorcerer that rushed over looked at Yi Fei with shock and amazement. Things are already like this, and he still wants to fight? The outcome has already been decided, so why won't he give up? Yi Fei, give up. We admit that you and Wang Bai are the true rulers of humanity, but it's impossible for us to succeed. We have been defeated. We have been thoroughly defeated. The human gods and sky gods' eyes dimmed. They had worked so hard to summon up their courage, but in the face of Empyrean darkness' invincible boundary, they had already fallen into despair. What answered them was Yi Fei's pure smile. No, you are the ones who have been defeated, not me. I haven't been defeated yet, because I still have a single breath of life. I still have a sword. Empyrean darkness, take my final sword. At this time, Yi Fei was less than 100 meters away from Empyrean darkness. At this moment, the seven-color tribulation lightning above the highest heavens erupted at its most terrifying moment. Facing this sword of tribulation lightning, even Empyrean darkness couldn't care less about Yi Fei. He had to concentrate all his strength to resist the destructive impact of this final bolt of seven-color divine lightning. But Yi Fei chose to ignore it. He ignored the rapidly falling seven-color divine lightning that was about to destroy him. He only smiled. He lifted his hand and slashed out with his final and strongest sword, the inextinguishable sword. Bang! The moment the heavenly tribulation fell, a true heavenly Tao tribulation appeared between the heavens and earth. An even more terrifying light of annihilation appeared. This was the sword light of the inextinguishable sword soul, to annihilate the heavens and earth, to kill true divinities and true demons. No! The moment Empyrean darkness saw this sword light, his originally confident expression suddenly turned to one of incomparable panic. His disdainful eyes were now filled with fear. This sort of fear caused even an Empyrean like Empyrean darkness to scream out in fear. Inextinguishable sword soul? That is the inextinguishable sword that Sword Palace can't find. No, I cannot die here, I cannot die here. Ah! Empyrean darkness crazily roared. At this time, he couldn't even resist the divine lightning that was falling down. He only burned his blood essence with incomparable fear. A pitch-black divine dragon rushed out from his body. It raised its head and roared, causing the divine lightning in the highest heavens to explode. But when facing the inextinguishable sword soul, beneath the destructive sword energy, the divine dragon that suddenly appeared had its head blown apart. Then, the entire divine dragon exploded into ashes. Heavenly Venerate Haon's expression completely froze at this moment. He lifted his hand in disbelief and grabbed the undying sword soul that had pierced his forehead. His eyes were as vicious as a ghost as he stared malevolently at Yi Fei. Sword Palace will never let. Pong! Before he could finish speaking, Empyrean Darkness's body completely exploded. Yi Fei tightly grasped the inextinguishable sword soul and maintained his piercing posture. He smiled and shook his head. I don't care about any Sword Palace. All I know is that this is my hometown. My memories are here, my brothers are here, my loved ones are here. People, in order to protect all of this, even if I have to become enemies with an innate god or demon, what is there for me to fear? Chapter 1955. When the final seven-colored bolt of lightning fell, the entire starry sky collapsed and was destroyed. This sort of bolt of lightning wasn't something the Earth realm could withstand. Anyone below the heavenly venerate level who faced this sort of heavenly tribulation was an absolute nightmare. And what was even more worrying was that in order to kill Empyrean Dark Empyrean, not only had Yi Fei exhausted the strength of his divine soul and divine treasures, but he had even released his final undying sword soul. Right now, he was undoubtedly at his weakest. Before the bolt of lightning fell, Yi Fei's body emitted a loud, cracking sound. Even his body, which was a quasi-immediate artifact, couldn't withstand the might of the true heavenly Tao tribulation. Cracks actually appeared on his body, as if it would be shattered by the heavenly tribulation. Am I going to die? Yi Fei gasped for breath. He wiped the blood off his face and turned his head. He wanted to take one last look at Zhao Yu. He wanted to say those words to her that he had never said before. Yi Fei. Above the impregnable pass, Zhao Yu's cheeks suddenly streamed with tears. There was no exchange of words. Just a glance was enough to make Zhao Yu feel a heart-wrenching pain and fear. Determination flashed across her beautiful face. Suddenly, Zhao Yu moved. Even though she knew that a martial god would die if he entered the true heavenly Tao tribulation, she still walked in and rushed towards Yi Fei. We can't be together in life, but we must be together in death. Zhao Yu's voice was melancholic. However, the seven-colored bolt of lightning was too loud. This was the sound of heaven and earth, the fury of the heavenly Tao. The thunderous roar of the bolt of lightning drowned out Zhao Yu's cries. The surging heavenly Tao was like a raging inferno. It was like a blade or a sword. Zhao Yu, who had just rushed out of the impregnable pass, let out a stuffy groan. Several parts of her body had been charred black by the bolt of lightning. However, she didn't turn her head. Instead, she continued forward. She stretched out her hand, wanting to hold Yi Fei's hand one last time before she died. Yi Fei's spirit suddenly trembled violently. Then, he roared at Zhao Yu, "Go back. I could die, but you can't. Heaven's stars." Yi Fei didn't care that his body was full of injuries. He didn't care that his divine soul and divine treasures were weakened to the extreme. He raised his hand and attacked Zhao Yu. He didn't want Zhao Yu to die. He didn't want the person he loved to die in front of him. However, soon, Yi Fei's heart trembled again. The expression of the heavenly punishment quasi-emperor also changed drastically. Not long after Zhao Yu rushed out, Lu Qing also rushed out of the impregnable pass. She had transformed into the goddess of thunder and lightning. She actually began to absorb the strength of the heavenly Tao tribulation. Boundless heavenly tribulation poured into her body, causing pain to fill her face. But her eyes flashed with determination. "Zhao Yu, keep going. I will help you resist the surrounding heavenly tribulation." Ching. Zhao Yu is being silly. Why are you being silly too? Shangluo suddenly threw away the spiritual melon and also rushed out of the impregnable pass. Her body exuded a terrifying witch power. At this moment, she actually shared a portion of the heavenly tribulation strength that Lu Qing had absorbed with her. The powerful divine lightning instantly caused Shangluo's face to turn pale. Her body crackled as the heavenly tribulation wildly destroyed her body. Xiao Chao was the most terrified. When he realized that Yi Fei might die in the heavenly tribulation, Xiao Chao suddenly burst into tears. Then, he rode the dragon turtle and rushed out of the impregnable pass. Crazy. Everyone's crazy. I shouldn't have taken this kid as my disciple back then. The demon emperor took a deep breath and suddenly turned into a black sun. While he pulled back everyone who had rushed out of the impregnable pass, the demon emperor rushed out alone and rushed toward Yi Fei. However, although the demon emperor was fast, Wang Bai was even faster. Almost at the same time that the rainbow-colored divine lightning struck Yi Fei, a dazzling imperial figure suddenly appeared above Yi Fei's head. The vicissitudes of human Tao/savagery. Wang Bai held the mortal emperor's sword in his hand. He was solemn and dignified. His sword was like a glorious chapter of the human race's rise from nothing. It was also like a magnificent epic of the human race that caused the heavens and the earth to stop and the starry sky to freeze. The descending rainbow-colored divine lightning also gradually stopped at this moment. However, this pause also caused Wang Bai to pay a heavy price. Not only was his entire body charred black like charcoal, even his Renhuang robe exploded and fell into Wang Bai's hands. Only the last of the three emperor's treasures was left. It was the glorious emperor's sword that was resisting the rainbow-colored divine lightning. It was still bitterly holding on against the pillar of light. "Wang Bai, you're all crazy." Yi Fei suddenly cursed. It was better for him to die alone than to drag everyone down with him. "Bullshit, you're the craziest person here. How dare you trigger the heavenly tribulation without any preparation. If you can still move, hurry up and think of a way. Even the Emperor's sword can only hold on for 15 minutes. Wang Bai turned around and cursed back. However, the Emperor's sword soon made a cracking sound. Yi Fei and Wang Bai were both shocked. Wang Bai only heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that it was the sparks caused by the collision between the Emperor's sword and the divine lightning. Then, Wang Bai ignored his injuries and used all his strength to support the Emperor's sword to resist the rainbow-colored divine lightning. Yi Fei also roared. A glimmer of hope reignited in his heart. He no longer hid and released his undying sword soul. Undying sword soul, absorb. So what if it was the heavenly tribulation? It didn't matter if it was a fake heavenly tribulation or a real heavenly tribulation. As long as it was the power of the heavenly tribulation, the undying sword soul would definitely be able to absorb it. The despair just now was only because the rainbow-colored divine lightning was too strong and exceeded the limit that Yi Fei could withstand. Now, Wang Bai was holding the divine lightning in place. Yi Fei immediately seized this opportunity. The undying sword soul turned into a terrifying destructive whirlpool and began to absorb the scattered power of the heavenly tribulation in the starry sky. The power of the heavenly tribulation of the true heavenly tribulation was even more terrifying than Yi Fei had imagined. The undying sword soul only took a few breaths of time to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation. The boundless power of the heavenly tribulation turned into a special golden liquid that rapidly flowed into Yi Fei's body. That is the legendary deity tribulation liquid. Just one drop can extend the life of an earthly venerable like us by 100 years. The mortal gods and celestial gods were shocked and envious. After all, they did not have much time left. A treasure like the deity tribulation liquid was what they needed the most. What? The deity tribulation liquid. That's the deity tribulation liquid that heavenly venerable darkness mentioned before. It's a treasure even in the heaven realm. Yi Fei not only killed a heavenly venerable, he can also condense the legendary deity tribulation liquid. The person abandoned by the heavens is actually so terrifying. Within the impregnable pass, there were still 9 sorcerer gods who had brought countless sorcerers to take refuge. The sorcerer gods had already breached half of the impregnable pass's walls. However, the 9 sorcerer gods did not dare to continue attacking the remaining half. Firstly, heavenly venerable darkness had already died in battle. Secondly, Yi Fei was so freakish that he could even absorb the true heavenly tribulation. The 9 sorcerer gods were scared out of their wits. At this moment, in their eyes, although Yi Fei was not a heavenly venerable, he was an even more mysterious and terrifying existence than heavenly venerable darkness. Boom! Chapter 1956. After discovering the great benefits of the God Tribulation liquid and recovering his weak divine soul and divine treasures, the first thing Yi Fei did was to roar like a wolf that had seen a beautiful woman. He pounced forward without hesitation and directly crashed into the terrifying lightning pillar formed by the rainbow divine lightning. If Heavenly Lord Darkness was still alive, he would be scared to death when he saw this scene. Just like the Earth Domain, the Heavenly Tao was always a warrior's biggest nightmare. Moreover, it was different from the fake Heavenly Tao in the Earth Domain. The Heavenly Tao that appeared in the Heaven Domain was the real Heavenly Tao. The weakest heavenly tribulation that descended was the real heavenly Tao tribulation that was enough to destroy a heavenly lord. It wasn't that there weren't any people like Yi Fei who could absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation in the heaven realm. However, for someone as vicious as Yi Fei to actually dare to swallow the entire heavenly tribulation, that was too crazy and terrifying. Originally, when they saw that Yi Fei and Wang Bai were suppressed by the rainbow divine lightning and couldn't do anything, some sorcerer gods were still thinking about whether they should act like how Yi Fei killed Heavenly Lord Darkness and suddenly attack, when Yi Fei and Wang Bai were resisting the real heavenly Tao tribulation with all their strength. If they could successfully kill Yi Fei and Wang Bai, The human race that had lost 2 generations of human emperors would definitely not be a match for the 9 sorcerer gods. The only thing that the sorcerer gods didn't expect was that Yi Fei could actually use the real heavenly Tao tribulation to refine the god tribulation liquid that only existed in legends. Not only did he quickly recover his strength, but he was also crazily absorbing the heavenly tribulation. It wasn't easy for them to kill their way into the human race's impregnable pass. Not only did the 9 sorcerer gods not feel the joy of victory, but they also felt a chill from head to toe. What should we do? Heavenly Lord Darkness has already died in battle. This guy is so perverted and crazy. It's over. The human race and sorcerer race have a blood feud that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. If the human race retaliates, no, we can't let this happen. Even if we have to beg for peace and humiliation, it's better than having our race wiped out. That's right, why don't we do this? Suddenly, a sorcerer god who was good at strategizing thought of something and quickly discussed it with the other sorcerer gods. Yi Fei also didn't know how many sorcerer gods and heavenly lords were scared. The sorcerer gods and heavenly lords and heavenly lords. They were also secretly glad that they had made the right choice and didn't become Ye's enemies. Was and heavenly gods. Boom. The heavens was the real heavenly Tao tribulation heavens. Yi Fei's act of absorbing the tribulation had inadvertently touched upon a taboo of the heavenly Tao. Unfortunately, this was only the most ordinary tribulation of the true heavenly Tao, and it had come from another world. Of the heavens, heavenly, heavenly heavens, heavenly, heavenly, heavenly heaven, heavenly, heavenly, heavenly realm of heaven's God. This meant that Yi Fei had officially passed the 8th heavenly tribulation of despair. Wang Bai said suddenly, Yi Fei, if you charge up now, you will have a chance to charge into the heavenly realm like the sky supremes. Wang Bai's words made the sorcerer gods and heavenly lords very excited. The 9 sorcerer gods stared at the heavenly realm barrier. Their breathing quickened. Yi Fei was also excited. However, he thought about how he would have to abandon everything in the earth realm if he entered the heavenly realm. He would have to abandon his family, his lover, and all his brothers. Yi Fei hesitated again. In the end, the image of Zhao Yu charging into the heavenly Tao tribulation appeared in his mind. He thought of Lu Qing and Shanghua. He thought of Xiao Chao and the dragon turtle. Their worried eyes. He thought of his comrades who had fought bravely at the human race's impregnable pass. He thought of... Yi Fei was silent for a while. Finally, he shook his head and said, I will find a way to go to the heavenly realm. But not now. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Yi Fei completely blocked the heavenly realm barrier. Out of sight, out of mind. What a pity. Wang Bai hid his disappointment very well. Then, he quietly put away the human sovereign sword. Seeing that Yi Fei had given up so easily, the heavenly lord beat his chest and cursed in a low voice. Unfilial son-in-law. If you don't want to go to the heavenly realm, you can let me go. It was such a good opportunity. You wasted it just like that. If possible, the heavenly lord would definitely charge in. The human god also sighed. Then he smiled and said, if he didn't make such a choice, he wouldn't be Yi Fei. Entering the heavenly realm was a great temptation. But at the same time, he would have to abandon his family, his lover, and all his brothers and relationships just to enter the heavenly realm. The price was too great and too cruel. If not for the fact that my lifespan is reaching its limit, why would I make such a choice? The human god sighed. He looked at the corpses all around the impregnable pass. There was also the human god's son who was nailed to the sky. His eyes flashed with sadness and shame. But soon, the human god and the heavenly lord regained their spirits. They began to mobilize their troops as if they were facing a great enemy. Although the dark heavenly lord was dead, the sorcerer race had used their advantage in numbers to charge into the impregnable pass. At this time, they had occupied half of the impregnable pass. The human race's natural barrier had been broken. The war could continue at any time. The 9 sorcerer gods also had solemn and dignified expressions. They knew that if they didn't make up their minds now, it would be too late. Suddenly, the 9 sorcerer gods walked out of the impregnable pass and walked toward Yi Fei. Just when many people thought that another war between the human race and the sorcerer race was about to begin, all the sorcerer gods suddenly lowered their heads and cupped their fists at Yi Fei. They said, "Supreme Yi, we are willing to lead the sorcerer race to surrender. We are willing to swear an oath to end the war between the human race and the sorcerer race. But we have one condition. Bastard, in the hundreds of thousands of years of fighting, how many martial gods and martial emperors have died? How can we let go of such a deep hatred so easily?" Many human race martial gods roared in grief. However, many gold-ranked sorcerers also roared in tears. Do you know how many great sorcerers have died in the past hundreds of thousands of years? How many tribes have been wiped out? Do you think that we are willing to sacrifice our lives for the dark heavenly Lord and send our tribe's warriors and relatives to be killed by you? The sorcerer's roars made many martial gods fall silent. Yi Fei also fell silent. Indeed, there was no right or wrong in this war. There was only life and death. If there was a mistake, it wasn't the human race or the sorcerer race that was wrong. It was the dark heavenly Lord who was hiding behind the scenes. Tell me, what condition do you want? Only then will you surrender and end the war between the human race and the sorcerer race that has lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. Yi Fei raised his hand and stopped the clamor of the human tribe's martial gods. Although these martial gods didn't belong to the human ruler's palace, Yi Fei's prestige had reached its peak after killing Heavenly Venerate He. It had even surpassed Wang Bai, the human gods and the sky celestials. Chapter 1957. Yi Fei would become the Witch Emperor and rule over the Witch Tribe. This was the Witch God's condition. The Witch Tribe could surrender, but with the Witch God's pride, it was impossible for them to be willing to submit to the human tribe. Furthermore, the Witch Gods did not trust the human tribe. After all, the Witch War had lasted for hundreds of thousands of years. The hatred between the two sides was too deep. It would take hundreds or thousands of years to resolve it. During this time, anything could happen. At this time, the Witch Gods naturally needed a strong guarantee that the human tribe would not take revenge on the Witch Tribe after they became stronger. The best guarantee was for Yi Fei to become the Witch Emperor. Only then would the human tribe and Witch Tribe reach a true balance. In the end, Yi Fei's strongest point was his witch arts. He was also the first battle witch to break through to the witch god level since the primordial era. With Yi Fei's strength and status, none of the witch gods objected to him taking over the position of Witch Emperor. They also did not have the ability to object. The only ones who were dissatisfied were the human gods and sky gods. After all, Yi Fei had already become the human emperor. How could he become the Witch Emperor? With the leaders of the two tribes in one person, it was obviously a huge threat and pressure to the human gods and sky gods. The two deputy palace masters of the human emperor's palace also objected. No, Yi Fei is the human emperor. He is the leader of the human tribe. Sorry, we don't recognize any human emperor. We only recognize the sorcerer emperor. Supreme Yi, these are our conditions. We only trust you. The 9 sorcerer gods looked at Yi Fei with serious expressions. Yi Fei could not help but sigh. He understood that this was probably the witch tribe's bottom line. However, he had no reason to refuse. Firstly, Heavenly Lord Darkness was dead. There was no need to continue the witch war. Secondly, Wang Bai had returned to the human emperor's palace. He was more suitable to be the human emperor. After thinking through this, Yi Fei could not find a reason to refuse. He could only nod and say, "All right, I'll be the witch emperor. As long as the human tribe and witch tribe live in peace, I can swear that I will treat both the human and witch tribe equally. Why don't we sign the witch oath now?" Yi Fei was very anxious. He wanted to end this war so that he could be a carefree boss. However, when they heard that he was going to make an oath, everyone, from the sorcerer god to the sorcerer god, changed their expressions. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu smiled stiffly and said, Supreme Venerable Yi, we're very serious. Don't joke around, okay? Yes, that's right, we believe in you, not your oath. The other sorcerer gods nodded in agreement, looking nervous. In the sorcerer tribe, anyone's words could be trusted, but not a single word from the human emperor could be trusted. If the human emperor swore, he would immediately treat it as nonsense. Yi Fei was speechless at how guarded the sorcerer gods were. An oath was clearly more binding, but these sorcerer gods would rather believe his verbal promise than an oath. Yi Fei did not know whether to laugh or cry at the fact that he had become the human emperor. But if you don't sign the sorcerer oath, how can we believe that the sorcerer tribe is not stalling for time or has other motives? Soon, the human god raised a critical question. The sorcerer gods had already expected this question. They smiled and said, "That's simple. Wang Bai and the sorcerer emperor don't have to swear, but the rest of us have to swear. We also have to swear a blood oath and a poison oath. Of course, if the human emperor is willing, our two tribes can have another marriage alliance. The human emperor and I can become partners to deepen the relationship between our two tribes." Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu looked at Yi Fei. Her eyes seemed to ripple. Yi Fei's scalp was about to explode when he heard this. He subconsciously looked at Zhao Yu, who was not far away. Zhao Yu smiled sweetly. Her smile made Yi Fei's heart jump, and he immediately rejected this marriage alliance. It was only when he rejected Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu that the chilly atmosphere suddenly disappeared. "It's not like I can't get married." Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu knew that she could not win Yi Fei's heart no matter what, so she quickly found a new target. The human god and heavenly god were too old, and Huang Qiu did not like them very much. However, the demon emperor was in his prime. He was tall and burly and had the devouring divine body. The more she looked at him, the more excited she became. She blushed and took the initiative to walk over and strike a conversation with him. The demon emperor's face turned green. Yi Fei heaved a huge sigh of relief. Then, he did not care about how the human god and heavenly god would sign the oath with the sorcerer god. He returned to the black warship and began to sit cross-legged on it to cultivate. He also began to heal the injuries caused by Dark Heavenly Master. The energy of the true Heaven Tao tribulation was terrifying. Even with the undying sword soul and a large amount of deity tribulation liquid, Yi Fei could not recover in a short time. At this time, the sorcerer war had ended. Yi Fei, of course, had to seize the time to heal his injuries. Similarly, the human god, heavenly god, and many martial artists who had participated in the war were also healing. The martial artists. It was the same for the sorcerer race. A large number of sorcerers had died or were seriously injured in the war. They all needed to be dealt with. Therefore, after reaching a temporary truce agreement, both the human race and the sorcerer race fell silent, which was rare. The entire human race's impregnable past was filled with the smell of medicine and the depressed grief of the deceased. Among them, Lu Li's cries could be heard. In the previous battle, his master held the human emperor's seal and perished together with the enemy. In the end, only a piece of bloodstained cloth was left. Lu Li put it in a coffin and buried it carefully. Several days later, all the warriors of the Hall of Human Emperors gathered around the coffin to see the old senior off in silence. Yi Fei and Wang Bai came as well. Yi Fei's injuries had been stabilized, but Wang Bai's face was still pale. "Wang Bai, thank you. I owe you my life." After the send-off, Yi Fei thanked Wang Bai solemnly. He had lost all hope of facing the Heaven's Path trial. It was Wang Bai who risked his life and used the human emperor's sword to block the lightning, which bought him precious time. "We're brothers. Don't be so courteous." Wang Bai patted Yi Fei's shoulder heavily and turned to leave. Strange. Why is Wang Bai so serious all of a sudden? Zhao Yu looked at Wang Bai's back and found it strange. Yi Fei smiled bitterly and said, "Maybe he's scared after being beaten by you." Yi Fei couldn't help but laugh when he thought of how Wang Bai was beaten up by Zhao Yu. Then, he felt 3 waves of strong, murderous intent coming from beside him. At some point in time, Lu Qing and Shang Luo had actually walked over. They looked at Yi Fei with sweet smiles. What? Are we very violent? No. I have something else to do. I'll go back and treat my injuries. Yi Fei's face was stiff. He had the confidence to face any enemy, but he didn't have the confidence to face two enraged tigresses. He immediately found an excuse to treat his injuries and returned to the black warship, pretending to continue treating his injuries. Lu Qing and Shang Luo were shocked. Is Yi Fei's injuries really so serious that he hasn't recovered yet? It's hard to say. He's a celestial lord after all. Chapter 1958. After successfully integrating the power of despair for the 8th time, Yi Fei could be considered to have cultivated a true sovereign divine body. This kind of body constitution was just like the legendary innate martial god. As long as he cultivated, he would definitely become a sovereign. Now that I've cultivated a sovereign divine body and am a sorcerer god, I wonder if I can skip the long cultivation time and directly break through to the earthly, venerable realm? Yi Fei had been thinking about this question for a long time. If it were someone else, even if they had a sovereign divine body, they would not be able to break through to the earthly, venerable realm so quickly. However, he was different. He had already reached the sovereign realm through sorcery. At this time, if he could make use of this point to raise his martial arts to the sovereign realm, it would be possible. It was not impossible. Yi Fei, are you there? Just as Yi Fei was thinking hard about how to make use of his sorcerer god realm to raise his martial arts cultivation to the sovereign realm, Zhao Yu knocked on the door. Yi Fei opened the door in surprise and saw that Zhao Yu was holding a pot of medicine stewed with precious spiritual ingredients. Zhao Yu, what are you doing? Zhao Yu's face was a little red, but she quickly regained her cool and said, Aren't you injured? I just stewed a bowl of spiritual medicine. If you don't want it, then forget it. As she spoke, Zhao Yu looked at Yi Fei in confusion. Yi Fei was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his back. He knew that if he told Zhao Yu that he was pretending to be injured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ahem. That's right, I'm really injured. Zhao Yu, thank you. Yi Fei's face suddenly turned pale. His hands trembled as he took the bowl of spiritual medicine. This made Zhao Yu even more worried. She bit her red lips and said in a rare, gentle voice, Why don't I feed you? What? You're going to feed me? Yi Fei's face suddenly turned even paler. Zhao Yu was shocked. She thought that Yi Fei was really seriously injured. Zhao Yu helplessly pushed Yi Fei back into the room. Then, she pretended as if nothing had happened and scooped up a spoonful of soup and brought it to Yi Fei's mouth. Their gazes inevitably met at close range. Suddenly, they felt each other's heart beating faster. Then, Yi Fei helplessly opened his mouth and prepared to taste the soup. Hey, Zhao Yu, you're here too. Shang Luo's divine body instantly, Zhao Yu's spirit. Yi Fei suddenly felt speechless. What made him even more speechless was that Shang Luo, who walked in from outside, was also holding a bowl of medicinal soup. The spiritual energy that emanated was exactly the same as Yi Fei's. Shang Luo. What are you doing? Yi Fei was very puzzled. Aren't you injured? My aunt forced me to make medicine for you, but it seems like you don't need it anymore. Shang Luo looked at the spirit herbs on the table and blinked. At this moment, Lu Qing and Ling Siqi's chatter came from outside the door. Ling Siqi, what a coincidence. You're here to deliver medicine too? I really don't know what grandfather is thinking. He insisted that I personally make the medicine to thank Yi Fei for saving my life. He caused me so much trouble, and I haven't settled the score with him yet. Now, he's here to serve me. I have to serve him. All right. Did your elder sister stew this medicine for you? As they spoke, Lu Qing and Ling Siqi walked in together. Both of them were carrying food boxes in their hands. When she saw Zhao Yu and Shang Luo, Lu Qing was slightly taken aback. When she saw the spirit herbs they brought in, Lu Qing's expression couldn't help but become strange. Only Ling Siqi was pure and innocent. She took out her own spirit medicine and looked at the other spirit medicine. She said in amazement, How magical. The spirit medicine we brought is actually the same. Little Guogua, which bowl should you drink? Whoosh. It would have been better if Ling Siki didn't say this. Hearing this, Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shanglua couldn't help but look at Yifei strangely. Yifei almost vomited blood on the spot. He was extremely regretful. He shouldn't have been muddle-headed and pretended to be injured. This retribution was too terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that these three women and the little girl came at such a coincidental time. Yifei couldn't even find an excuse to refuse. After all, when they came in just now, Lu Qing said that these spirit herbs were personally brewed by them and specially brought over. If he refused, it would be too unreasonable. Seeing Yifei's awkward expression and Zhao Yu's spirit herbs, Lu Qing and Shanglua were also embarrassed. Lu Qing thought of something and suddenly blushed. She quickly took her spirit herbs and said, Yifei, since you have spirit herbs here, I won't disturb you. I'll leave first. Bye. Qing, wait. I'll go with you. Siki, come with us too. Shang Luo, the eldest daughter of the family, suddenly reacted to something. When she left, she didn't forget to pull Ling Siki along. The little girl was very confused. Big sister asked me to deliver the medicine. Little Guogua hasn't even drunk it. Why are we leaving? Children shouldn't ask too much. Shanglua and Lu Qing's expressions were serious. They walked faster. Zhao Yu was embarrassed. Zhao Yu stopped them and said, Forget it. Since we're already here, let's wait for him to drink the medicine and leave together. Zhao Yu blinked. These words seemed to have a deeper meaning. Lu Qing and Shanglua stopped in their tracks at the same time. Then, they turned around and expressionlessly pushed the spirit herbs back to Yifei. Then, they stared at Yifei with bright eyes. Yifei didn't seem to notice. He just took a deep breath and calmly sat down. He immediately picked up Zhao Yu's bowl and drank a mouthful. His face instantly turned from white to green. He immediately reached out and picked up Lu Qing's bowl and drank a mouthful. Boom! Yifei's green face suddenly flushed red, as if there was a raging fire burning in it. He quickly held his breath and picked up Shanglua's bowl to drink another mouthful. Pooh! This time, Yifei's expression didn't change. However, he accidentally spat out 2 streams of spirit energy from his nostrils. In the end, he steeled his heart and drank a mouthful of the spirit herbs that Ling Siki brought over. 2 mouthfuls, 3 mouthfuls. He drank them all in 3 mouthfuls. Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shanglua's expressions all changed. Ling Siki looked at Yifei curiously. Little Guogua, why are you crying? It's nothing. It's just that the spirit herbs you guys stewed are too delicious. It moved me to tears. Yifei reluctantly put down the bowl of medicine that Ling Siki brought over. His expression was very serious. Ling Siki believed him and smiled happily. Then I'll ask Big Sister to stew a few more bowls later. Yifei, what about us? For some reason, Lu Qing became a little nervous. Zhao Yu and Shanglua didn't say anything, but they also looked at Yifei expectantly. Chapter 1959. Inside the Beastmark space, Xiao Chao saw Yifei reminiscing about the taste of the 3 bowls of spiritual medicine and believed that it was true. She thought that the 3 bowls of spiritual medicine were really delicious and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. However, Xiao Chao usually only ate spiritual stones and had no love for spiritual medicine. On the other hand, the dragon turtle saw that the 3 bowls of elixirs were so delicious, but Yifei didn't drink it after taking a sip. It was a huge waste. Hence, when Yifei expressed that he didn't want the elixirs, the dragon turtle immediately rushed out of the Beastmark space. It opened its mouth and drank the 30,000 elixirs in one gulp. Zhao Yu was still a little doubtful of Yifei's words and quickly asked for the dragon turtle's opinion. How is it? Blackie, are these elixirs tasty? Lu Qing and Shanglua were looking forward to it. Roar! The dragon turtle didn't say anything and only silently shed 2 streams of tears. Then, its shiny black shell suddenly turned white, then green, then red. Finally, with a boom, its entire body became as stiff as iron. It squatted on the ground and didn't move at all, as if it was a petrified statue. Zhao Yu and the other two were stunned. Ling Siqi's eyes also widened. Little brother, is the dragon turtle poisoned? Poisoned? How is that possible? Blackie is just like me. He felt that the 3 bowls of elixirs were too delicious and was so touched that he became stiff. Cough. I suddenly remembered that the sorcerer tribe has some matters to attend to. I'll go take care of it first. Yifei's expression didn't look right as he continued to smile. Yifei casually threw the stiff dragon turtle back into the beastmark space. Then, as fast as a shooting star, he teleported out of the room and appeared in the sky above the human tribe's impregnable pass. At this moment, countless sorcerers were busy in the human tribe's impregnable pass. The ground was filled with puppets controlled by sorcerers. They were building a huge palace. However, this wasn't the Golden Palace, but the Sorcerer Palace that belonged to Yifei. The Human Emperor's palace didn't want to be outdone and had also gathered a large number of warriors to build a new Human Emperor's celestial palace beside the Martial Emperor's palace. Yifei thought about it. Since he had nothing to do, he planned to take a look at the Human Emperor's palace and discuss the matter of returning the throne to Wang Bai. However, just as he was about to head to the Human Emperor's palace, a white figure, not far away, rushed over. "Brother, where are you going? Have you recovered from the heavens' calamity?" It was Wang Bai of this S's. Yes, the human gods and sorcerers will use the impregnable pass as the boundary. They can enter each other's territory, but they can't have conflicts with more than 100 people. A conflict between 100 people was the limit of what the human and martial clans could tolerate. If the scale exceeded this limit, the sorcerer gods and earthly venerables would intervene. Although Yifei felt regretful about this decision, he couldn't oppose it. After all, the blood feud between the human gods and sorcerers couldn't be completely forgotten in a short time. As long as the two sides didn't start a war, the world could maintain a long-term peace. After chatting for a while, Wang Bai suddenly winked at Yifei. "By the way, I heard that the 3 sisters-in-law went to your room?" Yifei had a strange look on his face. He felt that Wang Bai was really not afraid of death. "Wang Bai, this joke is very scary. If something goes wrong, you'll die a worse death than the last time." "Humph, I'm the human emperor, the emperor of the human gods. I'll go find them now and see what they can do to me. By the way, Tian Renzi and the others are looking for you at the Human Emperor Palace. You can go there first." After Wang Bai finished speaking, he turned around and flew toward Yifei's black warship. Before he left, Wang Bai wanted to carry Xiao Qiao away. Xiao Qiao immediately jumped from Yifei's left shoulder to his right shoulder and looked at Wang Bai in confusion. Haha, Xiao Qiao is quite afraid of strangers. Wang Bai withdrew his hand awkwardly and left without saying anything. Yifei was also a little embarrassed. He explained to Xiao Qiao, "Wang Bai is my elder brother. Without him, I wouldn't be here today. Xiao Qiao, you don't have to be afraid." Xiao Qiao looked a little wronged. He gestured to tell Yifei that Xiao Qiao wasn't afraid of Wang Bai. It was just that he felt an aura on Wang Bai that he didn't like. This made Yifei stunned again. It wasn't the first time that Xiao Qiao met Wang Bai. How could he suddenly dislike Wang Bai? His aura? Then, Yifei suddenly thought of something. He didn't go directly to the Human Emperor Palace. Instead, he used his witch god's spiritual power to send a voice transmission to Tian Jinzi in the Human Emperor Palace. "Senior Tian Jinzi, I heard from Wang Bai that you're looking for me, the previous Human Emperor. I wish I could beat that 4 eyebrows every time I see him. Why would I ask him to send you a message?" Tian Jinzi's tone was very puzzled. Yifei's expression changed. "How could that be? Wang Bai and I are sworn brothers. Why would he lie to me? Wait, maybe the one who spoke to me just now wasn't Wang Bai." Boom! Yifei suddenly felt his hands and feet go cold. He suddenly understood what was wrong. Wang Bai's tone was like a completely different person, and Xiao Qiao's sudden wariness towards Wang Bai. Human demon. The one who just passed by wasn't Wang Bai. It's very likely that he's the human demon. Boom! When he realized this, Yifei's mind almost exploded. After all, The human demon was a zombie spirit that Wang Bai's body had been maliciously enlightened by Dark Lord. And ever since he handed the human demon over to Wang Bai, Yi Fei had forgotten to ask Wang Bai an important question. Had Wang Bai completely refined the human demon? If he had refined it, then it would have been fine. But if he hadn't, then it was very likely that while Wang Bai was doing his best to help him resist the true heavenly Tao tribulation and couldn't be distracted, the human demon would most likely cause a backlash against Wang Bai and regain control of his body. Not good. Zhao Yu and the others might be in danger. Boom! Just as Yi Fei came to this realization, the black warship suddenly erupted with the sound of a huge battle. Then, the auras of Zhao Yu's ice and fire phoenixes and Lu Qing's heavenly punishment were transmitted from afar. But Zhao Yu and Lu Qing's auras were quickly suppressed by an even more terrifying demonic aura. They quickly lost all signs of life. Human demon. Chapter 1960. Human demon. How could the previous human emperor be the human demon? The human gods and celestial gods were also alarmed by the commotion and rushed over. 9 sorcerer gods also rushed over. Among them, Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu pointed at the human demon and said, "I know you. You're the dark celestial lord who transformed the previous human emperor's corpse into a zombie spirit." "That's right, I'm a zombie spirit." Since Wang Bai's soul had left his body and given up on this body, then this body should belong to his original body and no longer belong to him. That despicable narcissistic demon always refuses to give up on this body and comes back to disgust me from time to time. I've had enough. The human demon was filled with resentment at the mention of Wang Bai. Ever since he gained sentience, all he heard was Wang Bai's crazy narcissism. The fact that he hadn't lost his mind after such a long time was already a testament to his tenacity. However, the human demon was still a human demon. Even if he was severely injured by Yi Fei and suppressed by Wang Bai and regained control of his body, he had controlled his body for more than 100,000 years. It was impossible for him to refine it in a short period of time. Therefore, the human demon wisely lay low and didn't continue fighting with Wang Bai. Instead, he waited patiently until Wang Bai and the Dark Celestial Lord were injured, until Wang Bai risked his life to help Yi Fei resist the true heavenly Tao tribulation. Only then did the human demon suddenly attack and suppress Wang Bai's soul. He regained control of his body. In the end, the human demon used Wang Bai's identity as a cover to successfully capture Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, Shangluo, and even the innocent Ling Siki. Yi Fei was instantly enraged. A terrifying killing intent emerged from his body. He took a step forward and shouted in a deep voice, "Human demon, put them down. If you have any problems, come at me." Human Emperor Yi, you don't have to be so angry. I should be the one angry. If Wang Bai hadn't stopped me back then, do you think you would still be alive? Do you think you would have your current strength and status? The human demon was ashamed and angry. He had lost to Yi Fei twice. This was the human demoness' greatest humiliation since he gained sentience. This kind of humiliation made the human demon's hatred soar to the sky. He grabbed the 4 people's necks and began to exert force. "Everyone, back off, especially you, Renwang Yi. If you dare to take a step closer, I will kill one of them." "Human demon, don't be rash." Yi Fei's women. Ling Xiyu came over in a panic. She was incomparably regretful. She shouldn't have been so clever and let Ling Siki deliver the medicine to Yi Fei. The Tian Fa Quasi-Emperor and Shang Jing were equally regretful. However, they were not even martial gods and had no right to speak when facing the human demon. The human demon didn't put them in his eyes at all. He just stared coldly at Yi Fei and said in a ferocious voice, "Renhuang Yi, their lives are all in your hands. Advance or retreat?" "So what if I advance or retreat?" Yi Fei suddenly laughed. His laughter was cold and filled with killing intent. "Human demon, Don't forget that the strongest person in this world is the earthly venerable, and I'm the strongest among the earthly venerables. If you dare to hurt any one of them, I promise you that you'll regret living in this world until you die. If you let them go, I can swear on my life that our grudges will be written off. I swear I'll never be your enemy again. Rescuing Zhao Yu and the others was more important. As for how to deal with the human demon and save Wang Bai, they would have to think of another way. Hearing this, the human demon didn't let down his guard. Instead, he shook his head as if he was facing a great enemy. Human Emperor Yi, we're not joking. Forget about the oath. I only want you to agree to one condition. Yi Fei's face darkened. What condition? I want Xiao Qiao. Give me Xiao Qiao, and I'll let all your women go. The human demon stared at Xiao Qiao with deep greed and desire in his eyes. Xiao Qiao was so frightened that she couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fei hurriedly picked up Xiao Qiao and flatly refused. No, we're just swapping hostages. Human demon, I'll let you live if you let them go. If you dare hurt them, today will be the day of your death. Boom! As he spoke, a shocking killing intent appeared on Yi Fei's body. Then, he gave Zhao Yu an apologetic look. Zhao Yu couldn't speak. She could only blink her eyes hard. Lu Qing and Shang Luo did the same. Ling Siqi even used the 10 spirits creation heavenly skill in an attempt to escape from the human demon. However, the human demon's demonic hand was very strange. It could change its size and didn't give Ling Siqi a chance to break free. He didn't give anyone a chance to speak. After realizing that he couldn't get Xiao Qiao, the human demon decisively changed his words. All right, I don't want you to hand over Xiao Qiao. However, I must take 1 drop of Xiao Qiao's essence blood. No, 4 drops of essence blood. Human demon, what do you want Xiao Qiao's essence blood for? Tian Junzi came in anger. Behind him was Di Junzi, who was also angry, and the formation fairy, who looked worried. Although Tian Junzi and Di Junzi either beat or scolded Wang Bai, when something really happened to Wang Bai, they immediately rushed over. Seeing the 3 of them, the human demon's gaze softened. I recognize you. When Wang Bai died in battle, you all hugged me and cried. Because of this, I'll be merciful and tell you the specific method to enter heaven. The human demon's gaze was serious. He said in a deep voice, there are 2 ways to enter heaven. The first is to be like this little bastard and walk the path of despair. Then you'll attract the heavenly tribulation and forcefully tear open the barrier of heaven. However, this method is almost impossible to survive. Even someone as strong as Dark Lord doesn't dare try it. The second is to sacrifice the heavenly venerate's origin in this world. As long as there's enough origin, you can also break open the barrier and establish a safe and stable path to heaven. Actually, there's an even simpler method. That is to find the immortal's blood. The immortal's blood can easily break open the barrier of heaven and allow people to enter heaven smoothly. At this point, the human demon's gaze became incomparably fanatical. The mortal god, celestial god, and the 9 sorcerer gods all widened their eyes and stared at Xiao Qiao in disbelief. They weren't idiots. At this point, everyone understood that the human demon had schemed to capture Zhao Yu and the others not to take revenge on Yi Fei, but to obtain Xiao Qiao and enter heaven. Immortal, Xiao Qiao, you're the key to entering heaven? Yi Fei also looked at Xiao Qiao in shock. Only Xiao Qiao was ignorant. He curiously tugged at Yi Fei's ear and then angrily glared at the human demon, squeaking nonstop. The human demon seemed to be able to understand part of Xiao Qiao's words. He sneered and said, I have no reason to lie to you. When I first gave birth to a zombie spirit, Dark Lord planned to refine me into the highest level zombie to help him control the human sovereign palace. A descendant of the immortal race suddenly appeared and heavily injured Dark Lord. He then gave me a Xiao Qiao. He said that this was the last hope of their immortal race. He told me to protect her well. Otherwise, do you think I would let a spiritual being like you run around in my battle god space? When the legalists wanted to capture you, I thought of a way. I sent you out of the land of buried gods and let you escape. Chapter 1961. The human demon's words weakened Yi Fei's killing intent. After all, without the human demon's secret protection, Xiao Qiao would not have been able to escape from the burial ground of the gods. Of course, the human demon did not have good intentions when he took care of Xiao Qiao. He simply wanted to use Xiao Qiao's immortal blood to enter the heavenly realm when he escaped. Yi Fei hesitated. He did not know if he should agree to the human demon's conditions in exchange for the safety of Zhao Yu and the other three girls. Zhao Yu also winked at Yi Fei, telling Yi Fei not to agree to any of the human demon's conditions. This also made Yi Fei even more hesitant. He was worried that even if he handed over the essence blood, the human demon might not fulfill his promise and even release this great enemy into the heavenly realm. Xiao Qiao saw Yi Fei's hesitation and then saw Zhao Yu, who loved him dearly. Lu Qing and Shangluo were both captured. Xiao Qiao suddenly jumped down from Yi Fei's body sensibly. Then he put his white and tender finger into his mouth and bit down hard. A drop of essence blood that emitted a shocking amount of spiritual energy flew out from his fingertip. Come! Xiao Qiao, Yi Fei was furious. He was about to scold Xiao Qiao when he saw Xiao Qiao tearing up in pain. Yi Fei's heart almost melted. But even so, Xiao Qiao did not stop. He endured the pain and bit his second finger to force out the second drop of essence blood. Then, with tears in his eyes, he bit his third finger to release the third drop of essence blood. Then, he bit his fourth finger to squeeze out the fourth drop of essence blood. Finally, Xiao Qiao raised his head and offered the essence blood to Yi Fei with a smile. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly turned red. He didn't say anything and just hugged Xiao Qiao tightly. At this moment, the dragon turtle also walked over. It quickly stuck out its tongue and licked Xiao Qiao's injured finger. A strange fragrance of dragon saliva quickly healed Xiao Qiao's wound. Yi? Xiao Qiao widened his eyes in surprise. Didn't the dragon turtle say that it couldn't spit dragon saliva? Roar. What it spat out was not dragon saliva, but pure saliva. When Yi Fei and Xiao Qiao saw this, their faces darkened at the same time. He understood that the dragon turtle was too lazy and did not want to expose its ability to spit dragon saliva. Good, this is the blood essence. Quickly give it to me. The human demon's gloomy eyes lit up when he saw Xiao Qiao force out the immortal essence blood. He impatiently summoned a fifth demonic hand to grab the 4 drops of essence blood. Get lost! Yi Fei shouted angrily. He smashed the human demon's demonic hand with his astral palm and said, "Let her go first. You can take the essence blood. Impudent! Your woman's life or death is in my hands. You have no right to negotiate with me. Hand over the essence blood, and I will naturally let her go," the human demon shouted fiercely. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. If possible, he really wanted to kill Yi Fei and snatch Xiao Qiao. Yi Fei's expression was also cold. He refused to budge an inch and said, "What if I give you the essence blood and you don't let it in? If I let her go, even if I get the essence blood, I won't be able to escape from the sword soul in your body. How about this?" The human demon thought for a moment and suddenly ordered, "Now, open the barrier of the heavenly realm and throw the 4 drops of essence blood in different directions. If the gate to the heavenly realm opens, I will immediately let her go. What do you think?" "Good." Yi Fei coldly nodded. He understood that if he didn't take out specific benefits, the human demon wouldn't compromise. He could only take a step back. He struck out with the myriad heaven's star palm once more. Intense starlight directly shattered the void, tearing apart the nothingness, revealing the crystal-like barrier of the heavenly realm. Then, according to the human demon's method, Yi Fei scattered all 4 drops of Xiao Qiao's essence blood in different directions on the barrier. It was a loud bang. The 4 drops of immortal spirit blood were like 4 sources of fire falling into boiling oil. The barrier of the heavenly realm that even an Empyrean couldn't break through was invaded by the immortal spirit blood. Massive cracks began to appear on the barrier, An endless white light began to emerge from these cracks. All of the martial artists present could feel an aura that was as vast and boundless as the endless starry skies. Beneath this aura, all those below the Supreme Being realm paled. They were simply unable to withstand the boundless pressure leaking out from the heavenly realm. This was the true might of the heavens and earth. No wonder Empyrean Darkness said that our world is fake. The heavenly Tao is fake. Even the heavens and earth are fake. The human god and Empyrean god were both moved. The other 9 sorcerer gods also widened their eyes in shock. They had thought of the heavenly realm countless times, but it wasn't until they truly came into contact with it that they realized just how insignificant they were. The human demon roared with ecstasy. How many years has it been? This lord has finally waited for this day. This lord can finally break free from this fake world and enter the true heavenly realm. Bang! The human demon's massive demonic body rose from the ground. He rushed towards the nearest gate to the heavenly realm. Yifei's expression was cold. He unceremoniously struck out with the myriad heaven's star palm. Hold on. If you don't let her go, then don't even think of entering. Humph. You want to let her go? Catch for this lord. The human demon's eyes were cold. Suddenly, the 4th demonic hand loosened. Ling Siki's body was thrown out uncontrollably. She was thrown directly towards Yifei's myriad heaven's star palm. Big sister, Ling Siyu was so frightened that her body trembled. Despicable. Yifei's eyelids twitched violently. If he continued to attack, he would definitely hurt Ling Siki. Helpless, the starlight palm that he sent out immediately changed from attacking to defending. He quickly reached out and gently held Ling Siki, who had been thrown out, in his palm. Kill. Although Yifei's attack was stopped, the other human gods, celestial gods, and 9 sorcerer gods were not stopped. When they realized that Xiao Chao was the key to entering the heavenly realm, they stood firmly on Yifei's side. At the same time, they attacked the human demon. Tian Jinzi, Di Jinzi, and Formation Immortal also attacked furiously. They wanted to subdue the human demon and awaken Wang Bai. The human demon suddenly laughed maliciously. Do you really think that this lord will not be prepared? Where's my army of bones? Bang! Suddenly, a white star appeared behind the human demon. It was a white bone star filled with pure white bones. Countless corpses of martial gods and martial emperors had transformed into bone devils and eternal skeletons. At this moment, all of these eternal skeletons had rushed out and covered the entire sky. It's that bone star. I should have known that the human demon came from that star. That star was the human demon's backup plan. It was also the final trump card left behind by the Dark Lord. Yifei was shocked. He blamed himself, was annoyed, and was even more furious. Chapter 1962. Roar. The human demon summoned the bone star. Endless bone demons flooded the human tribe's impregnable pass. The human god, celestial god, and the 9 sorcerer gods were completely surrounded. They couldn't stop the human demon in a short time. Taking advantage of this time, the human demon quickly reached the barrier. The first sky, the gate of the lower realm. Kill. Yifei's furious roar came from the bone star. Then, a terrifying, destructive sword light tore through the void and cut the bone star in half. Yifei was furious. He raised the undying sword soul and charged at the human demon. Human demon, let them go. Otherwise, I'll kill you even if I have to chase you to the heavenly realm. Yifei's eyes were red. His anger made him even more terrifying than the human demon, especially the undying sword soul in his hand. This was the sword soul that killed a celestial master. Even the human demon's eyes flashed with fear and dread when he saw this sword soul. However, the human demon's face quickly turned into a cold sneer. I'll let them go, but not to you. I'll let them go to the heavenly realm. Emperor Yi, you've defeated me twice. I'll make you suffer 3 times. If you want your beauties, go to the heavenly realm and slowly find them. Ha ha! Amidst his maniacal laughter, the four demonic hands suddenly separated from the human demon's body. They turned into four demonic vipers and imprisoned Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shangluo. At the same time, they took them to different gates of the heavenly realm. Human demon, damn it! Yi Fei was shocked and angry. He suddenly had the urge to tear the human demon to pieces. Then, he stopped charging at the human demon and rushed toward Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shangluo. Don't worry about me. Save Lu Qing and Shangluo first. They're innocent. Without the human demon's control, Zhao Yu finally broke free and spoke. Don't worry about us. Save Zhao Yu first. Lu Qing also broke free and spoke anxiously. She and Shangluo wanted to cry, but had no tears. Yi Fei was even more flustered. He didn't know who to save first. The human demon didn't give Yi Fei a chance to save them. When he walked into the gate of the heavenly realm, the human demon gave his last order. Bone explosion. Boom. The countless monarch immortal skeletons that were charging towards Yi Fei all silently and coldly burst forth with destructive light. Even though these light rays were not as powerful as the destructive sword Qi, when thousands upon thousands of martial god immortal skeletons self-destructed at the same time, not only were the other supremes unable to withstand it, even Yi Fei, after exhausting all of his undying sword soul's destructive sword Qi, immortal sword immortals. He didn't care about the destructive aura of the bone explosion. He tried his best to go forward, even if he could only save one person. But in the end, Yi Fei's body was blasted back by the terrifying bone explosion, and he kept vomiting blood. In the end, he could only see 3 soaring snakes formed from demonic aura, carrying Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Shangluo. They charged into different gates of the heavenly realm. This was the human demon's revenge on Yi Fei. Since he couldn't defeat Yi Fei, he wanted to let Yi Fei have a taste of pain. The human demon's wild laughter could be faintly heard from the slowly closing gate of the heavenly realm. Zhao Yu's cries could also be heard. Lu Qing and Shangluo wanted to cry, but had no tears. They felt that they were unlucky to be friends with Yi Fei. They didn't have any special relationship with Yi Fei, but they were always misunderstood and involved in inexplicable danger. Boom! Just as the gate of the heavenly realm was closing, the entire sky of the earth realm was suddenly filled with the terrifying aura of a heavenly tribulation. That's the earthly venerable tribulation. What is Human Emperor Yi doing now? Oh no, this lunatic wants to use the earthly venerable tribulation to attack the human demon's gate of the heavenly realm. The human gods and celestial gods were shocked. Yi Fei's eyes were filled with incomparable madness. When he saw Zhao Yu and the other 2 being swept away by the gate of the heavenly realm, Yi Fei decided to go crazy since he couldn't save them in time. He finally attracted his own earthly venerable tribulation. Then, he compressed the power of this heavenly tribulation and sent it into the gate of the heavenly realm where the human demon was. Behind the gate of the heavenly realm, the screams of the human demon being bombarded by the heavenly tribulation could be heard. There was also a furious roar. I swear that we can't exist under the same sky. Don't let me meet you in the heavenly realm, or else rumble. The human demon's last words were blocked by the gate of the heavenly realm. However, many sorcerer gods could already hear the rumbling of the heavenly tribulation coming from within the gate of the heavenly realm. Obviously, when Yi Fei attracted the earthly venerable tribulation, a portion of the heavenly tribulation's power was forcefully stuffed into the gap of the gate of the heavenly realm. The heavenly Tao sensed it and treated the human demon as a person undergoing the tribulation. It even produced countless heavenly tribulation lightning within the gate of heavenly tribulation. Even if the human demon was lucky enough to enter the heavenly realm, he would still be blasted off a layer of skin by these heavenly tribulations. Lunatic, this generation's human emperor, is definitely a lunatic that we can't afford to offend. The human gods and celestial gods shuddered at the same time. Seeing that Yi Fei was still venting his anger within the heavenly tribulation even though the gate of the heavenly realm had healed, the 9 sorcerer gods secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, we reconciled with Yi Fei at the last moment and even elected him as the Sorcerer Emperor. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Fei's earthly venerable tribulation lasted for 3 months before it slowly disappeared. The reason why it lasted for so long was because Yi Fei didn't undergo the tribulation at all. He just stood under the boundless heavenly tribulation and looked in the direction of the gate of the heavenly realm. He was lost in thought and blamed himself. If it was an ordinary earthly venerable, he would have been struck to death by the heavenly tribulation. However, Yi Fei didn't seem to feel anything. The undying sword soul even began to absorb the power of the heavenly tribulation on its own to strengthen itself. It also refined countless amounts of heavenly tribulation liquid. Yi Fei didn't have the heart to absorb the heavenly tribulation liquid and threw it to the dragon turtle and Xiao Qiao. As a result, after 3 months, not only did Xiao Qiao gain some weight, but the dragon turtle also gained a few rounds of weight. Its strength also increased to the level of peak demon saint, which was rare. As long as it improved further, the dragon turtle would be able to reach the level of demon god, which was equivalent to the martial god of the human tribe. However, Yi Fei was still not in the mood to care about anything. He sat in the lightning for 3 months and pondered for 3 months. Only then did he gradually accept reality. Finally, the heavenly tribulation ended, and he returned to the impregnable pass of the human race. Human sovereign, sorcerer emperor, brother Yi. During this period, no one left. Whether it was the sorcerer tribe or the human tribe, many people looked at Yi Fei with worried faces. Seeing Yi Fei return, Xiao Qiao immediately threw herself into Yi Fei's arms and looked at Yi Fei worriedly. "Little Guo, it's all my fault." Ling Siki walked over and lowered her head in self-blame. Yi Fei smiled and reached out his hand to rub her little head. He said, "Siki, it's not your fault. It's my fault. I was too careless and let the human demon take advantage of the loophole. Now I've thought it through. Zhao Yu and the others only entered the heavenly realm and weren't kidnapped by the human demon. This is the most important thing." Chapter 1963. Seeing that Yi Fei's eyes were clear, it was obvious that he had recovered from the blow. The man gods and heaven gods heaved a sigh of relief. The 9 sorcerer gods were also secretly relieved. After Yi Fei had broken through to the earthly venerable realm and become a sorcerer god, Yi Fei had no opponents in the entire land. If Yi Fei could not recover at this time, it would not be good news for the Supremes present. After all, they were still waiting for Yi Fei to bring them to the heaven realm. Hearing that Yi Fei was leaving, the 2 deputy palace masters of the human emperor palace looked sad. The previous human emperor was suppressed by the demonic man and has entered the heaven realm. "Your Highness, if you leave, what will happen to the human emperor palace?" "That's right. What should we do with the newly built sorcerer palace?" Gongzhu was also worried. Yi Fei smiled and suddenly looked at Gongzhu. "After I enter the heaven realm, Gongzhu, you will be in charge of the sorcerer tribe. From now on, you will be the 2nd sorcerer emperor." "What? I will be the sorcerer emperor?" Gongzhu was shocked. While he was ecstatic, he could not help but secretly look at the expressions of the other sorcerer gods. After all, he was not Yi Fei. He could not suppress these powerful sorcerer gods. Supreme Venerable Huang Qiu did not care. She waved her hand and said, "As long as I can enter the heaven realm, I will hand over the entire sorcerer tribe to Gongzhu." The other sorcerer gods nodded. Obviously, they had reached a tacit understanding. They would rather give up the rule of the sorcerer tribe and enter the heaven realm. The man gods and heaven gods were the same. Previously, Yi Fei was sad and dispirited, so no one dared to mention it to him. Now that Yi Fei was ready to leave, of course they couldn't wait. When she saw that so many people were going to the heaven realm, Xiao Cao's face couldn't help but become bitter. In order to open the door to the heaven realm, She needed her spiritual blood. Yi Fei furrowed his eyebrows. Even though he was very unwilling, he knew that these sorcerer gods could still behave themselves in the land. However, once he left, the balance between humans and sorcerers would immediately be broken. The only solution was to bring these powerful sorcerer gods, man gods, and heaven gods together. They were all brought into the heaven realm. However, if he did that, Xiao Qiao would inevitably suffer a lot. He had been thinking about this for 3 months. Now, it was time for him to make up his mind. 100,000 spirit veins or magic crystals in exchange for 1 drop of Xiao Qiao's blood essence. Do you agree? Yi Fei proposed his own terms. After all, it was Xiao Qiao who was bleeding and injured. Even if he had no other choice, Yi Fei couldn't let Xiao Qiao suffer any grievances. Xiao Qiao, if you're not satisfied, I can add more conditions. Yi Fei asked for Xiao Qiao's opinion, but he soon realized that Xiao Qiao's eyes lit up when he heard the price of 100,000 spirit veins. When Xiao Qiao heard that he could add more points, he happily hugged the dragon turtle and floated in the air. Yi Fei was speechless as he watched them roll around. The human god and heavenly god were both incomparably excited. They excitedly said together, "No problem. We can give you the spirit vein very soon." Us too. Huang Qiu and the other sorcerer gods couldn't wait either. For these prime martial artists who were trapped in the earth realm, as long as they could enter the heaven realm, they wouldn't hesitate to go bankrupt, let alone 100,000 spirit veins. After Yi Fei proposed his terms, these prime martial artists couldn't wait to return to their temples or Roland's golden palace. They were so happy that they created a gust of wind as they walked. Yi Fei also followed everyone back to the human emperor's palace. Then, he solemnly handed the human emperor's sword that Wang Bai had left behind to the demon emperor and said, "Master, after I leave, the human emperor's palace will depend on you." The demon emperor waved his hand solemnly and said, "Don't. My ambition is not in the earth realm. If possible, I also hope to enter the heaven realm." Obviously, with the opening of the gates to the heaven realm, many strong people in the earth realm no longer regarded breaking through to the earthly venerable rank as their highest goal. Instead, entering the heaven realm was their highest goal. Yi Fei then looked at Di Fan and the others. He realized that their eyes were flashing with anticipation and nervousness. Yi Fei couldn't help but sigh. "I also want to bring all of you into the heaven realm, but Xiao Qiao is still young. If I release too much blood essence, it will be detrimental to her growth. How about this? I will let Xiao Qiao leave behind another 10 drops of immortal spirit blood. This will also give you all hope of entering the heaven realm. If Master is willing to go to the heaven realm, so am I. I can let Xiao Qiao help you." Hence, after spending another 10 days, Yi Fei once again let Xiao Qiao squeeze out 10 drops of immortal spirit blood. Then, no matter who came to plead for mercy, he firmly rejected them. After all, Xiao Qiao was not a tool for everyone to use to enter the heaven realm. If possible, I still hope that after entering the heaven realm, everyone could try their best to find a way to break through the barriers of the heaven realm. This way, we can let our friends and family in the earth realm have the possibility of entering the heaven realm. We can't just rely on Xiao Qiao's immortal spirit blood. Yi Fei thought about how Xiao Qiao had continuously cut her finger and squeezed out drop after drop of blood essence. Yi Fei felt touched and heartbroken at the same time. The demon emperor also suggested with a serious expression, "How about this? Everyone who enters the heaven realm must swear that we enter the heaven realm not only to cultivate, but also to find a way to communicate with the heaven realm and the earth realm." There's also Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Zhao Yu. We can also mobilize everyone to search together. Tian Fa, Quasi-Emperor, was heartbroken. He quickly suggested. Yi Fei's eyes also brightened. It would be much easier for everyone to search together than for him to search alone. Therefore, Yi Fei decided to invite Man Shun, Tian Shun, and the 9 sorcerer gods for a discussion. At the same time, considering that they knew nothing about the heaven realm, Man Shun suggested and Yi Fei agreed. Everyone agreed that everyone who entered the heaven realm had to scatter and enter different gates of the heaven realm. This way, even if someone met with an accident in the heaven realm, they could at least protect the earth realm, leaving behind a spark, a glimmer of hope. The only thing that gave Yi Fei a headache was that after he and the demon emperor left, the powerful human emperor's palace would definitely have a vacancy for the position of the human emperor. Di Fan and the others could not stay in the earth realm for long. Once they broke through to the martial god realm, they would definitely choose to leave the earth realm. After thinking about it, Yi Fei finally decided to return to the Tianwu continent and look for Yi Xiaochan. Without any explanation, he forcefully passed the position of the human emperor to his proud disciple. After all, Yi Xiaochan was already on the path of despair. Once she broke through to the martial god realm and cultivated the sovereign divine body, her combat strength would be extremely shocking. She would be able to lead the human emperor's palace to greater heights. As for the people of the family Yi, Yi Fei only quietly bid farewell to Yi Shanshan and Yi Jian. He also promised that he would find a way to return to the earth realm in the future. Only then did he enter the Six Paths Sacred Sect alone to visit his two brothers, Luo, Shi, and Xiajun, under Yi Shanshan's tearful farewell. After not seeing each other for many years, Luo, Shi had finally broken through to the martial emperor realm and obtained the recognition of the sacred palace of the vicious beasts. Xiajun had chosen the Azura Sacred Palace. He had also become the first young expert in the Outer Sea to break through to the martial emperor realm. While he was happy for his two brothers, Yi Fei also solemnly passed the position of sect leader of the Six Paths Sacred Sect to them. Chapter 1964. Boom! The sorcerer god and the earthly venerables immediately released their powerful mental strength and divine sense, covering the entire Tianwu continent and the endless starry sky. Countless warriors were shocked, and Yi Fei finally found traces of the sword maniac elder. Sword Mountain. This was a mountain that had suddenly appeared in the last 10 years on the bottom path of the starry sky. Now, this mountain had become a sacred place for countless sword cultivators. Countless warriors had come here just to observe the Sword Mountain and comprehend the countless traces of sword principle hidden in the Sword Mountain. There were even many talented people who had achieved breakthroughs on this Sword Mountain. Their martial arts had risen from sword arts to the level of sword Dao. Today was a grand occasion for countless sword cultivators. Today, an old man was going to challenge the limitless sword god of the bottom path of the starry sky with his own supreme sword principle. This sword god was definitely a legend in the starry sky sections. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had almost become a god. Now, he was the #1 demigod guarding the starry sky. However, when he heard that an old man in the martial royal realm was going to challenge him, he almost laughed his head off. If it wasn't for the fact that he had submitted to Yi Fei and restrained his ferocity, Limitless Sword God would have slapped this old man to death. At this moment, standing on top of the Sword Mountain, Limitless Sword God also had an arrogant expression. He stood still and said, "Old man, seeing that you don't have much time left, I will stand here and let you slash me with your sword. If you hurt me, I will lose." Ha ha! The Limitless Sword God's words made many people in the starry sky sects laugh wantonly. This old man must be crazy. Does he really think that just because he is from the Tianwu continent, he can beat our starry sky sects like Ren Huangyi did back then? There is no need for one strike. Later, when the Limitless Sword God releases his aura, I guarantee that this old man will be scared witless. The Sword Maniac Elder was dressed in coarse hemp clothes and carried a green cloth sword pouch on his back. Facing the contempt of the Limitless Sword God and the others, he did not say anything. He only focused on opening the sword pouch and silently took out the sword inside. It was not a real sword, but the most ordinary wooden sword. However, when the Sword Maniac Elder swung out such an extremely ordinary sword, it had a heart, spirit, intent, and power. In the end, it seemed to have suddenly come alive. The wooden sword actually had a soul and let out a sword cry that shook the starry sky. The limitless sword god's expression immediately changed. He was also a grandmaster of the sword. Of course, he knew how terrifying the great way of the sword contained in the sword maniac elder's ordinary sword. At first, he used his martial emperor realm to resist the sword maniac elder. He had no choice but to raise his cultivation realm to the emperor realm. However, he still felt the aura of danger. He had no other choice, but he had to raise his realm to the martial emperor realm. But he still felt the aura of death, killing limitless. A sword. The hat, sword, was. Had. Sword was. Sword had not only to attack, he had used. Sword. Day. How could a demigod lose to a martial emperor? Divine sword lost to the most ordinary wooden sword. The limitless sword god knelt on the ground. He had only lost to two people in the way of the sword. One was Yi Fei. The other was the sword maniac elder. Yi Fei had defeated him with his powerful battle strength. However, the sword maniac elder had defeated him with the most basic way of the sword. Furthermore, he had lost miserably. Why? Why did I lose? My cultivation realm is enough to kill you instantly. My divine sword is 10,000 times stronger than your wooden sword. Why did I still lose? The limitless sword god was in great pain. To a swordsman, there was nothing more painful than losing to the way of the sword. The sword maniac elder did not reply. He only raised his head and looked at a black-clothed youth in astonishment. The youth's aura was like a sword. His every move caused the entire sword mountain to rumble. Because you don't understand the way of the sword. The real sword was born from the heart, released from the will, formed from the momentum. It moved as the heart wished. It was like a mountain, like a fire. When it moved, it surged like a river. When it was still, it shone like the sun and the moon. Old Master Jian, am I right? Yi Fei walked forward and greeted the sword maniac elder as a disciple. He and the sword maniac elder were not master and disciple. However, the sword maniac elder was the only teacher Yi Fei acknowledged in the way of the sword. Emperor Yi. Some martial artists who recognized Yi Fei couldn't help but cry out in shock. After all, Yi Fei had once created a legend on the ancient Star Road. In the entire starry sky, there was no one who didn't know Yi Fei's name. However, no one had expected that Yi Fei's current status would be so high. He was the emperor of a generation. He was invincible. Unexpectedly, he would bow to a martial emperor. The dying old man was so respectful and courteous to him. The limitless sword god looked at Yi Fei in shock. Then, he looked at the sword maniac elder. Then he fell into deep thought. He seemed to have been touched by Yi Fei's words. Hearing Yi Fei's understanding, the sword maniac elder's face revealed a rare trace of anger and disappointment. He put away his sword pouch and walked gently towards Yi Fei. Suddenly, he raised his wooden sword and hit Yi Fei's head 3 times. All the cultivators, including the limitless sword god, were scared out of their wits. Now, Yi Fei was the strongest existence in this world. Even immortal gods were inferior to him. However, the sword maniac elder dared to teach Yi Fei a lesson in front of everyone. Yi Fei was also stunned. Then he said in an aggrieved tone, "What? Old Master Jian, did I say something wrong?" "You're right. You're too cunning. You forgot the last point. The sword can be used as it pleases. The sword has a spirit. A real sword must have a spirit. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the sword. For example, the limitless sword god's limitless sword. Shua, the sword maniac elder didn't speak further. Instead, he directly struck out with his sword. The limitless sword god was shocked to see that the sword maniac elder used was actually his own limitless sword. Yi Fei was also shocked to see that above limitless, the sword maniac elder had evolved the true Taiji. Then, there were the 4 divisions, the 6 directions, and the 7 luminaries. It was the 8 trigrams. Bang! When the Sword Maniac Elder evolved the 8 trigrams, Yi Fei's entire soul was shaken to the core. The 8 trigrams didn't exist in this world, but the Sword Maniac Elder had relied on his understanding of the Sword Tao to forcefully deduce the 8 trigrams of the Taiji, the 6 directions, and the 7 luminaries. Such an achievement was absolutely more amazing than creating an Empyrean cultivation method. Now, do you understand why I hit you? The Sword Maniac Elder suddenly asked solemnly. Yi Fei fell silent. Then, he revealed a look of shame. I understand. The sword is born from the heart. I'm still too rigid about the form. A true sword gathers the will into the soul, and the soul into the sword. The stronger my heart is, the stronger my sword is. Could it be that you, old Master Jian, have comprehended the sword soul? Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. He met the Sword Maniac Elder's smiling gaze. He was deeply shocked. Even if he had broken through to the earthly venerable realm and become the strongest paragon in this world, he still didn't know much about the sword soul. Yet the Sword Maniac Elder had comprehended it at the martial royal realm. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.